Chapter 11:20. The two walked out of the hidden cave and Yang Yan pulled Yang Kai aside and said, "Wait a moment, I'll arrange a spirit array to hide this place." "All right." Yang Yan was not only proficient in artifact refining, but also in spirit arrays. This was not something a half-baked Yang Kai could compare with. Yang Yan took out a variety of materials from her space ring and began refining them before arranging them in a seemingly random but actually orderly fashion around the entrance of the cave. After she finished, the cave entrance suddenly disappeared. Not only was it invisible to the naked eye, but it was also difficult to detect with one's divine sense. Yang Yan clapped her hands with satisfaction. "Just remember this position, next time you come here, just jump down from here." Yang Kai was also quite satisfied with her arrangement. Although he might not come here again, it was better to prevent others from accidentally discovering this cave. Once news of a large number of space spirit crystals here leaked out, all of Shadowed Star would likely boil over. Since ancient times, wealth had always moved people's hearts, so no one would not care about precious ores like space spirit crystals. The two of them walked towards the cave, but before they reached it, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He found that Yu Feng had run over for some unknown reason, and his expression seemed to be somewhat anxious. At the moment, he was pacing back and forth near the cave, looking like he was looking for him. Yang Kai couldn't help speeding up and soon arrived in front of Yu Feng, calling out, "Brother Yu." Yang Kai. Yu Feng was like a headless fly, unable to find any trace of Yang Kai, so when he heard this shout, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. "Where did you run off to?" "I searched all over Dragon Cave Mountain but couldn't find you." "I thought you had already left." Yang Kai chuckled. "I went out with Yang Yan for a stroll. If I wanted to leave, I would have said goodbye to Wu Yi." "How could I leave without saying goodbye?" Yu Feng shook his head and interrupted him, saying solemnly, "Are you really going to leave now?" Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. "What do you mean? Did something happen?" Yang Kai knew that Wu Yi wouldn't drive him away. Wu Yi had a big dream, and it was because of this dream that she had given him Dragon Cave Mountain as a temporary residence. Moreover, Wu Yi had visited him several times over the past few days and treated him well. However, since Yu Feng had come here, he should have been entrusted by Wu Yi. If there hadn't been an accident, Wu Yi wouldn't have come here. Yang Kai immediately remembered that he had killed a few people before. It was very likely that they had something to do with Su Tianzi. Cutting the weeds without removing the roots, there would indeed be consequences. Yu Feng hurriedly said, "I don't have time to explain too much. Take a look and see if there's anything you need to pack. If there is, pack it up quickly. I'll take you away now and explain it to you on the way." "What's the matter?" "I still want to take a shower," Young Inflammation said with a dirty face, still not understanding the situation. After spending so much time in the underground cave, her entire body was filthy. "Miss Young Inflammation, please wait until we reach a safe place to wash up." "What are you waiting for? If you don't have anything to pack, we'll set off now." Yu Feng saw the indifferent look on both of their faces and couldn't help feeling anxious. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Brother Yu, please calm down. What happened?" Yu Feng stomped his foot in annoyance, wishing he could knock Yang Kai unconscious so he wouldn't continue to blabber on. "I told you there was no time to explain. I've been looking for you here for a long time and the young lady has been stalling for time in the family. If you don't leave now, it'll really be too late. And, it's already too late." Yang Kai's expression changed as he turned his eyes to the side where a large group of people was rapidly flying towards them. The blue lights of star shuttles streaked across the sky like meteors. Yu Feng's face darkened as he couldn't help but sigh, knowing that the young lady's efforts had been in vain. Taking advantage of the fact that these people hadn't yet arrived, he quickly reminded, "Brother Yang, didn't you beat up one of the Su family's young masters some time ago?" Yang Kai thought to himself, not only did I beat up their young master, but I also killed a few people. Why haven't I heard Yu Feng mention this before? Yu Feng smiled bitterly and raised his hand to point. The Su family's people are looking for you. How is the Su family compared to your Haiku family? Yang Kai asked. They're about the same, both are peripheral families of Shadow Moon Hall and aren't worth mentioning, but our Haiku family has a lot of business dealings with the Su family, so our relationship is quite good. On top of that, Yang Kai, you're not a member of our Haiku family, so the family's elders won't protect you. Even our young lady can't protect you. You're too reckless, Yu Feng sighed again. Although he was criticizing Yang Kai, he didn't immediately draw a clear line between him and Yang Kai. Just as these people were about to arrive, Yu Feng intentionally or unintentionally stood in front of Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. This action greatly improved Yang Kai's impression of Yu Feng, so he stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. Brother, you doesn't need to worry. If they don't find trouble with me, I won't mind, but if they do, I don't mind making sure they never leave. Yu Feng turned around in amazement and stared at Yang Kai in amazement, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head and sighed. Young man, ha. He obviously felt that Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. Although the Su family, like the Haiku family, was a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall, it was still a family. Even if it didn't have an origin returning realm master, it still had a few saint kings. Yang Kai was just a third-order saint cultivator, so how could he compete with such a force? Moreover, the family had no intention of sheltering Yang Kai at all. Not only that, because of the trade relationship with the Su family, the family's elders had even forced the young lady to reveal Yang Kai's whereabouts, eager to quickly deliver Yang Kai to the Su family so as not to ruin the friendship between the two families. If it weren't for the young lady delaying him for so long, Su Feng wouldn't have been able to arrive here ahead of time, but now that he had failed, he suddenly felt that he had failed to live up to the young lady's expectations, causing him to feel extremely guilty. Humph, young man, don't be so arrogant. This old master wants to see how you'll make us unable to return. A cold snort sounded as a thin old man landed and glared at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. Yang Kai hadn't whispered those words just now, so naturally they had been heard by this old man. Following his words, one figure after another landed, a total of 20 people in total. Among these 20 people, there were old and young, men and women, and their cultivations varied, but the strongest among them was only a third-order Saint King. Next to the old man who spoke was a balding middle-aged man who stared at Yang Kai with a look of dread, his brow furrowed, his face slightly pale. Yang Kai remembered him. At that time, it was this bald middle-aged man who had protected Su Tianze and escaped. If he hadn't run away quickly, Yang Kai would have already killed him. Wu Yi also came, and after landing, she shot an annoyed look towards Yang Kai, as if she hadn't expected that he hadn't managed to escape in time. She couldn't help glaring at Yu Feng, the blame in her eyes obvious. Yu Feng lowered his head awkwardly, not daring to meet her eyes. Good, little brat, you didn't run away. The third-order Saint King old man nodded heavily, his face filled with malice as he asked coldly, Cho Yuan, the one who injured young master last time, is he the one? After listening to the old man's question, the bald middle-aged man standing next to him nodded quickly. Yes, Elder Ji Xin, he was the one who injured young master. Yang Kai's brow rose as he stared at the bald middle-aged man named Cho Yuan with some surprise. Last time, not only had he injured Su Tianze, he had also killed 3 first-order Saint King cultivator, but now the other party hadn't mentioned anything about the deaths of those 3. Cho Yuan hadn't said anything about the situation at that time. Yang Kai instantly understood. Cho Yuan was a second-order Saint King, and even though he had brought 3 first-order Saint Kings with him, he was still unable to protect his young master. Obviously, he was unable to protect his young master. Chou Yuan probably didn't dare to tell the truth, lest he be punished even more severely. Since this matter hadn't been exposed yet, it meant that Su Tianze had either helped Chou Yuan conceal the truth, or he had become an idiot. At that time, Yang Kai had hurriedly released a burst of spiritual energy that had such power. Now, it seemed that the latter was more likely because Su Tianze was just a young master, so there was no need for him to help Chou Yuan conceal anything. Since it's him, it's easy to handle. Chou Yuan, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go, chop off that little brat's limbs, I'll take him back and soak him in a medicinal pot, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Su Zhishan roared furiously, glaring towards Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. Many people couldn't help shivering at this sight. Having their limbs chopped off and soaked in medicine meant that they would not die in a short period of time. It was very likely that they would be tortured for a year and a half before slowly dying. That was truly a life worse than death. It was an incomparably vicious torture in the human world. Yang Kai calmly stared at Chou Yuan, not showing the slightest sign of panic. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Chou Yuan didn't rush out immediately. Instead, he had a submissive look on his face. Although he responded, his feet seemed to be filled with lead. He didn't move for a long time. The expression on his face was terrified. Large beads of sweat slid down his forehead and fell to the ground. Everyone could see that something was wrong. Chou Yuan seemed to be trembling, but no one knew why. Chou Yuan's heart was filled with bitterness. He knew better than anyone just how terrifying this young man's strength was. If someone had told him before that a Saint Realm cultivator could kill 3 Saint Kings in a single move, he would have scoffed. The gap between realms was an absolute chasm, and even if someone could fight across realms, it was impossible to accomplish such a feat, but Chou Yuan had seen it with his own eyes. This young man had killed Saint Kings as easily as crushing an ant. At that time, if he hadn't run fast enough and the young man had been restrained by another woman, he likely wouldn't have survived. The last spiritual energy attack made Chou Yuan realize just how strange Yang Kai was. It was a kind of power that enveloped his body and mind, causing everything in front of him to turn dark. Although his young master had survived, he had become a complete idiot, drooling all day long and his eyes dull, looking extremely disgusting. Even Chou Yuan himself had been seriously injured, and even now his soul hadn't recovered. His second-order Saint King cultivation had even fallen. Chapter 11:21. Chou Yuan thought that since Su Zhishan had come in person, he would immediately kill Yang Kai to avenge his young master, so how could he have imagined that Su Zhishan would actually ask him to fight? Looking at the young man who was smiling at him meaningfully, Chou Yuan screamed in horror and under the stunned gazes of everyone, turned around and fled. He didn't dare to confront Yang Kai at all, because doing so would result in his death, so he decisively ran away. Everyone's eyes bulged. Among the 20 or so people who had come, not only were there Su family cultivators, but also some from the Haiku family. Besides Wu Yi, who was looking at Yang Kai worriedly, trying to figure out how to resolve this crisis, everyone else had just been watching the show. But now, although they had seen a good show, it wasn't what they had expected, making them somewhat unable to accept it. Even Su Zhishan was stunned for a moment, but soon, his expression became even more gloomy as he waved his hand, condensing his Saint Chi into the shape of a rope that quickly tied up the fleeing Chou Yuan. Su Zhishan coldly snorted again as the rope bloomed with a bright light and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out. Chou Yuan screamed in horror as the rope deeply wrapped around his body. With a series of cracking sounds, the sound of bones breaking rang out and the smell of blood instantly filled the air. Chou Yuan, who had been terrified for a long time, seemed to have been liberated, the fear in his eyes gradually dissipating along with his vitality before he was reduced to a pile of minced meat. He had no fighting spirit in his heart and only wanted to escape. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation had fallen, he hadn't expected his family elder to kill him, so there was no time for him to resist. Coward! Su Zhishan roared angrily. He didn't understand why Chou Yuan was acting like this, but facing a young man who was only a third-order saint, fleeing without a fight was a great loss of face for the Su family and a joke for the Haikou family. Naturally, Su Zhishan wouldn't show mercy. Fine, this old master will do it himself. Su Zhishan took a step forward and stared at Yang Kai coldly. This old master wants to see who gave you the courage to oppose my Su family. The several elders of the Haikou family who had followed him here all frowned. Although they weren't happy, none of them expressed any opinion. If they took a stand, it would mean that the Haikou family was supporting Yang Kai, which would cause hatred between the two families. For a boy of unknown origin, the Haikou family wouldn't do such a thing. Senior Su, please wait. The elders remained indifferent, but Wu Yi quickly called out. Everyone from the Haikou family shot her a dissatisfied look while Su Zhishan looked at her with a sneer. Little girl, do you have something to say? Wu Yi, this is none of your business. Before Wu Yi could speak, an old man in yellow robes shot her a look. Wu Yi pretended not to notice this and shot a worried look towards Yang Kai before saying, Senior Su, Yang Kai is my friend and I know he isn't someone who likes to stir up trouble. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? If he doesn't like to stir up trouble, could it be my Su family's people are stirring up trouble? Su Zhishan's expression darkened. Misunderstanding. Seriously injuring Tianze and turning him into an idiot is also a misunderstanding. Little girl, tell this old master what kind of misunderstanding this is. If you don't explain yourself, even if you are a member of the Haikou family, this old master won't let this go. Brother Su, don't drag my Haikou family into this matter, it has nothing to do with us. The old man in yellow robes snorted, becoming more and more dissatisfied with Wu Yi and Yang Kai. Wu Yi grit her teeth and said, Senior, as far as I know, last time Su Tianze brought people here and tried to harm Sister Yang Inflammation, so Yang Kai fought back, right? She had heard the general story of what happened from the Su family when she was with the family, but there were many doubts and loopholes in it. Without even mentioning how Yang Kai, a third-order saint cultivator, could seriously injure Su Tianze while under the protection of Chou Yuan, why didn't Chou Yuan avenge their young master at that time? Instead, why did he return to the Su family and bring back so many powerful helpers? Wu Yi thought that this was a play directed by the Su family, but as for their purpose, she couldn't figure it out. Su Zhishan taking action to kill Chou Yuan also confused her greatly. But in any case, she couldn't just sit back and watch Yang Kai be bullied. So what if she is? Su Zhishan coldly snorted, Tianze is my Su family's young master, being able to take a liking to a little girl like her is her blessing. Not only did she not cherish him, she even dared to resist, simply not putting my Su family in her eyes. What kind of logic is this? Does your Su family have to obey whoever it fancies? Wu Yi was also a little annoyed, not because of anything else, but simply because Yang Inflammation was a woman, and she was also a woman. What she couldn't stand the most was those vicious dogs who bullied others and oppressed others. In this world, there were many innocent girls who had been defiled by people like Su Tianze. Not to mention whether or not Su Tianze had been beaten into an idiot by Yang Kai, even if he was, Wu Yi would only be happy that he had acted on behalf of the heavens. Su Tianze's expression became cold as his brow furrowed, turning to the yellow-robed old man and asking, Brother Ba, does your Haikou family insist on intervening in this matter? Ba Qingyan also wore an annoyed expression as he glared at Wu Yi. Scram, you have no right to speak here. Wu Yi grit her teeth and didn't say a word. Ba Qingyan then turned to Su Zhishan and faintly said, Brother Su, if you want to act, this old master will say the same thing. This matter has nothing to do with my Haiku family. I heard this young man is just a nobody Wu Yi met outside. He is not a member of my Haiku family. Good, I don't want any friction between my Su family and your Haiku family. Since Brother Ba has said so, this old master won't be polite. Su Jishan nodded. Su Jishan nodded with satisfaction. The forces of the two families were equal, but if Haiku family really wanted to protect this young man, Su Jishan would find it difficult to do so. At most, he could declare war on the Haiku family, which would definitely result in both sides suffering losses. Now that Ba Qing Yan had declared that he wouldn't intervene, he naturally had no more worries. You're not allowed to act. Wu Yi suddenly rushed over to Yang Kai. He is my friend. I allowed him to live here, so now that this matter has happened, no matter who is right or wrong, my Haiku family is responsible. Elder Ba, if you really sit back and do nothing and word of this spreads, my Haiku family's reputation will be ruined. When that time comes. Impudence. Ba Qing Yan trembled with anger. He had already declared that this matter had nothing to do with the Haiku family, but now Wu Yi, a direct descendant of the family, had actually stood up at this sensitive time and said such sensitive words. If things went wrong, it would really cause a rift between the two families, which was not something the Haiku family wanted to see. Little woman, do you think just because you have some aptitude you can do whatever you want? Have you forgotten who the family's family laws are made for? Seeing how young you are, if you come back to this old master now, this old master won't hold you responsible for your insolence, otherwise, you will be punished according to the family laws. Ba Qing Yan roared. Hearing the words family laws, Wu Yi's tender body seemed to tremble as a trace of panic flashed across her pretty face. Every country had its own laws and every family had its own rules. Once broken, the punishment would be worse than death, even crueler than the punishment for one's enemies. The Haiku family's family laws were like this. Once it was enforced, the rest of one's life would be over. Her panic only lasted for a moment before Wu Yi's expression became firm again, shaking her head as she said, Yang Kai is my friend, you can't treat him like this. At worst, I'll compensate you for your losses. Her last sentence was directed to Su Jishin. Losses? Su Jishin sneered, my Su family's young master was crippled, what are you going to use to compensate? Brother Ba, is this how your Haiku family educates its disciples? How can a little girl like her interfere with an elder's decision? She's too uncultured and outrageous. Ba Qing Yan took a deep breath and said angrily, it's not up to you to tell my family's affairs. Just wait a moment, I'll deal with this shrew first. Saying so, he turned a cold stare towards Wu Yi and said, I'll give you two choices. One is to shut up now and return to the family to accept punishment, the other is for this old master to personally take you back. Choose for yourself. Wu Yi's face went pale, never having expected things to develop to this point. She was a woman, but her aptitude was one of the best among the Haiku family's younger generation, so the family had always vigorously cultivated her. Grateful for the family's kindness, Wu Yi had constantly contributed to the family over the years, not feeling at all that she was a woman who would sooner or later be married off. For example, the last time she left Shadowed Star to go to Star Field to mine, none of the men in the family dared to go. In the end, it was Wu Yi who took the initiative to lead Yu Feng and the others to Star Field. Only after a full 2 years did they finally return with a full harvest. During this time, nearly half of the family's disciples had died, and Wu Yi herself had narrowly escaped death several times. However, the ores they collected were all snatched away as soon as they arrived on Shadowed Star. The family didn't even dare to let out a fart about this, so those who returned didn't receive much reward. In the end, Wu Yi had to pay out of her own pocket to compensate Yu Feng and the others. Recalling all the contributions she had made to the family, the attitude of her family's elders towards her, and the gloating looks in the eyes of her cousins, Wu Yi suddenly felt a little disheartened. She knew that she really shouldn't have intervened this time, but she couldn't just sit back and ignore Yang Kai. She was the one who brought Yang Kai back and arranged for him to live on Dragon Cave Mountain. There was even an agreement between the two of them. Wu Yi suddenly understood that her status in the family wasn't as important or solid as she had imagined. If this matter had been caused by the other men, the family's elders would have intervened because they were the future heirs of the Haiku family, the family's hope. Wu Yi was just a woman who would sooner or later leave the family. The elders had already spoken, so no matter what choice she made, she would face punishment according to the family's rules. Wu Yi's future was dark. Wu Yi couldn't help shedding tears, not because of her future, but because she felt that all her efforts over the years had been unwarranted and that her persistence and efforts had not been worth it. Chapter 11:22. Seeing Wu Yi crying silently, Yu Feng's heart filled with anger, and without even thinking about it, he stood next to Wu Yi and clenched his fists as he glared at elder Ba Qingyan. Bastard! Ba Qingyan became even angrier. Wu Yi questioning his decision and openly opposing him was one thing, but she was just a woman who would leave the Haiku family sooner or later, but now her subordinate cultivator dared to glare at him. What kind of scandal was this? Little Yi, it seems you really have been lacking discipline these past few years. Just anyone dares to disobey an elder of the family. A man who had been standing to the side and hadn't spoken until now suddenly spoke up. He was about 30 years old and had a first-order Saint King cultivation. Judging from his attire, his status in the Haiku family wasn't low, so he shouted sternly, "Hurry up and apologize to Elder Ba. You should know that the elders always keep their word, so don't be so obstinate as to ruin your future." His face was filled with righteousness, seemingly trying to speak up for Wu Yi, but as soon as her cousin spoke, Wu Yi knew there was no room for negotiation. The words of the elders were indeed absolute and had never been changed, so her cousin's words were clearly adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, Ba Qingyan coldly snorted and said, "Apologize. This old master is thinking for the family, there's no need for her to apologize. Go back to the family and receive your punishment." Saying so, he turned to Yu Feng and said, "You can't run either." Yu Feng's face went pale as he stared at Wu Yi in a daze. The sudden disaster had stunned him. A trace of hidden joy flashed across the eyes of the man in his 30s, but he still put on an anxious look as he continued to plead for Wu Yi in front of Ba Qingyan, speaking of all the contributions Wu Yi had made to the family over the years. His words didn't have any effect and instead only added fuel to the fire, making it easy for those who heard him to have the misconception that Wu Yi was acting arrogantly. What did I do wrong? Wu Yi suddenly wiped the corners of her eyes and stubbornly stared at her cousin and Ba Qingyan, biting her red lips until they bled. "I didn't do anything wrong, it was you who bullied the weak." "Good." Ba Qingyan laughed angrily, "You dare talk to this old master like that? You must be tired of living." Wu Yi smiled bleakly, "I don't want to stay in such a family. From today onwards, I will separate myself from the Haiku family and have nothing to do with it. As for the family laws, I won't accept them." "You." Ba Qingyan had never thought that a little girl would dare to say such disgraceful words. He was stunned for a moment. All the Haiku family cultivator were stunned as they stared at Wu Yi in amazement. None of them had expected that she would sever ties with the family for a little cultivator of unknown origin. This was something that had never happened before. It had always been the family that abandoned its disciples. No disciple could easily leave the family. This was an insult to the family. Wu Yi's cousin, Wu Ku, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Although Wu Yi was a woman, both her aptitude and means were better than his. Over the years, he had never underestimated Wu Yi and had even specifically researched her. He knew that Wu Yi had ambitions to take control of the family, and he also knew that if she could really win the favor of the elders, she might really be able to control the Haiku family. Although the elders of the family had never had high expectations for Wu Yi because she was a woman, there was always a possibility. What if these old fogies became confused and decided to appoint Wu Yi as the family successor? Now that Wu Yi had completely fallen out with Elder Ba and declared that she would leave the family, it was truly a pleasant surprise. Good, good, good. Wuko was ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface, his expression remained unchanged as he glanced over towards Yang Kai. He wondered if Wu Yi had fallen in love with this young man, making her so desperate to protect him. Regardless of the reason, Wuko had to thank Yang Kai in his heart. If it weren't for this inexplicable man, his cousin might have become a strong competitor. Young lady. Yufeng pursed his pale lips and called out to Wu Yi, a look of confusion and helplessness filling his face. He was also shocked by Wu Yi's words, but soon his expression became as firm as Wu Yi's, quickly declaring, "Wherever young lady goes, Yufeng will follow." "Thank you, Yufeng." Wu Yi glanced at him apologetically before sadly saying, "I'm sorry." She knew that she had implicated Yufeng. Now, no matter what she said, it was impossible to exempt Yufeng from the family's punishment. Leaving the family with her was probably the best choice. "What is young lady saying?" Yufeng grinned. 5 years ago, if young lady hadn't saved me, I, Yufeng, would have been bitten to death by that steel-armored beast, let alone today. 5 years ago, I made up my mind to follow young lady from now on." Good show of deep affection between master and servant. Su Jishan suddenly clapped his hands and laughed, turning his head to look at Ba Qingyan with a teasing smile. "Brother Ba, I didn't expect that I would be able to see such a good show after coming to your family today. The hostility in this old master's heart has been greatly reduced." Since the Haiku family had become noisy, Su Jishan had not taken any action and had instead been watching with great interest. The Haiku family and his Su family were equal in strength and shared a common border. They had always traded with each other, so there were also some small frictions between them. Naturally, Su Jishin was happy to see such a thing happen to the Haiku family. When he returned, he would tell his old friends about it. Su Jishin's sarcasm caused Ba Qingyan's face to become extremely ugly as he glared at Wu Yi with murderous intent. It didn't matter how people in the family fought, there was an internal conflict, but now it had become a laughingstock for outsiders, making Ba Qingyan very angry. He couldn't wait to cripple Wu Yi right now and take her back to the family to be punished. "Brother Ba, your family's matters should be discussed behind closed doors. This old master is too lazy to intervene." This time, this old master came only to kill this little bastard who injured Tianze. After watching the good show, Ba Qingyan had become impatient, so he pointed to Yang Kai and sneered, "Little bastard, all you know how to do is hide behind a woman. It seems you're just a piece of trash who lives off a woman. Hurry up and come out to face your death." Yang Kai had been watching with cold eyes the entire time. Even when Wu Yi was scolded by her family's elder and declared her intention to withdraw from the Haiku family, he didn't say anything. Because that was someone else's business. Although the cause of the incident was his own, if he had interfered at that time, it would only have made the situation worse. Now that Wu Yi had declared her intention to leave the Haiku family, Yang Kai knew that part of the reason was because of him, but the other part was because Wu Yi's heart had become cold towards her family. In any case, Yang Kai was very grateful to Wu Yi. It was really difficult for a woman to go this far. Yang Kai secretly decided that he would compensate Wu Yi well and do his best to satisfy her wishes and take her to see the world outside Shadowed Star. A woman like her shouldn't be bound to a small family. Considering all this, Yang Kai stepped forward, gently patted Wu Yi's shoulder, and pulled her behind him. Glancing over at Su Zhishin, he sneered, "Old dog, you're quite arrogant, aren't you?" Su Zhishin's eyes flashed coldly as he nodded, Good, boy, you're quite arrogant. I hope you don't just have a sharp tongue." Saying so, a cold spiritual energy fluctuation burst from Su Zhishin's eyes and, like a sharp sword, rushed into Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai had beaten Su Tianzhe into an idiot using his spiritual energy. Su Zhishin knew this better than anyone else. Now, he wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Seeing that Yang Kai was only a third-order saint, an entire great realm lower than him, Su Zhishin didn't use his full strength. He wanted to torture Yang Kai and let him know the price of speaking such arrogant words. The frigid spiritual energy rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, but before it could even form a ripple, it was incinerated by the scorching hot conflagrated knowledge sea, not even leaving behind a single trace of it. Even Su Zhishin's soul was injured, his face paling significantly. "You?" Su Zhishin stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Just now, he had clearly felt a wave of spiritual energy more powerful than his own directly incinerate his soul. If it weren't for him not using his full strength and holding back, just the backlash alone would have seriously injured him even if he didn't die. Su Zhishin's complexion fluctuated as his eyes swept over Yang Kai, trying to find something. He didn't believe that Yang Kai had such a powerful spiritual energy cultivation and thought that Yang Kai was wearing some kind of powerful soul-type artifact. However, after searching for a long time, Su Zhishin still couldn't find any clues, greatly shocking him. Everyone present, except for the old man named Ba Qingyan, whose strength was comparable to Su Zhishin's, didn't have high cultivations. Most of them were just saints, with a small number of them being first or second order saint kings. None of them knew what had just happened, but seeing that Su Zhishin was about to attack, they all turned their attention to Yang Kai's miserable fate. But Yang Kai remained indifferent while Su Zhishin's face paled, as if he had suffered some kind of injury, confusing everyone present. Only Ba Qingyan's eyes flashed as he stared towards Yang Kai, as if he had discovered something, but soon shook his head slowly, denying his guess. He didn't think that Yang Kai could hurt Su Zhishin with his current strength. However, Su Zhishin's soul aura was clearly much weaker than before, so it didn't seem to be fake. Ba Qingyan couldn't understand why. "Old dog, are you going to attack?" "If you don't, I'm going to start." Yang Kai grinned at Su Zhishin. As early as when he broke through to the third-order saint realm, he was able to kill second-order saint kings. Now that his body was filled with golden blood, his vitality were far greater than before. It was rare for him to have a third-order saint king to practice with, so Yang Kai wanted to know where his bottom line was. Saying so, a long sword covered in demonic flames suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand. As soon as this long sword appeared, everyone from the Haiku family and Su family showed looks of horror. Ba Qingyan and Su Zhishin, who were the strongest among them, wore dignified expressions as they stared towards the dark demonic flames. Chapter 11:23. Everyone present, regardless of their strength, felt the strangeness of these demonic flames. None of them had ever seen such a strange power before. Just the power radiating from these demonic flames was enough to make them feel uncomfortable, as if they were being tortured, not to mention what kind of fate awaited them if they were to be directly bombarded by this kind of power. For a time, many people showed looks of dread and horror. Ba Qingyan of the Haiku family narrowed his eyes and gestured to his family's cultivator before quietly leading a group of people away. He finally realized that Yang Kai was acting strangely. A trivial third-order saint cultivator, if he didn't have something to rely on, how could he act so arrogantly in front of Su Zhishin? However, no matter what Yang Kai's backing was, Ba Qingyan wasn't going to get involved in this mess. The battle between the Su family and Yang Kai had nothing to do with him, so he was happy to stand aside and watch the show. What he cared more about was how to deal with the traitor Wu Yi. Daring to leave the family without permission, no matter who it was, would not have a good end. Yang Yun had seen Yang Kai fight before, so although he didn't know if Yang Kai could escape unscathed from Su Zhishin, he still obediently led Wu Yi and Yu Feng to the side so they wouldn't be caught up in the battle. Seeing them retreat, the Su family's cultivator also retreated. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai and Su Zhishin remained, staring at each other from a distance. "Old dog, my principle has always been that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." Yang Kai wasn't an easy person to talk to, not to mention this old dog calling him a little beast made him even angrier, secretly deciding to teach him a lesson today. Whether it was the Haiku family or the Su family, he didn't put them in his eyes. These two families didn't even have an origin returning realm master, so Yang Kai was confident they couldn't do anything to him. Besides, even if an origin returning realm master attacked him, he could easily retreat. As such, he had no scruples. Arrogant brat. Su Zhishin's old face paled. After his soul was inadvertently damaged just now, he had been searching for Yang Kai to see if he was wearing some kind of powerful soul-type artifact, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything. Not daring to act rashly, Su Zhishin waved his hand and sent an almost invisible black line towards Yang Kai. Just now, Yang Kai had used this thing to hide in his Saint Chi, allowing him to easily kill the cultivator named Chou Yuan. Besides Ba Qing Yan, who was familiar with Yang Kai's abilities, no one else had noticed it and all of them thought Yang Kai's Saint Chi was powerful, but Yang Kai's divine sense was strong and he had long been on guard against this strange artifact. As soon as he attacked, Yang Kai met his attack with his sword. The demonic flame contained the power to incinerate all things in the world and was the foundation of Yang Kai's strength. Yang Kai believed that even if this thin line was an origin-grade artifact, it wouldn't be able to resist his demonic flame. There seemed to be a crisp sound of metal colliding as a spark burst from the demonic flame sword in Yang Kai's hand. When the thin line collided with the demonic flame sword, an extremely cold energy suddenly erupted from the thin line and swept towards Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his powerful divine sense locked onto the thin black line. He found that the situation was somewhat different from what he had expected. His demonic flame had little effect on this invisible thin line. Although it was burning violently, it couldn't burn it at all. The corners of Su Zhishin's mouth rose slightly as a look of confidence appeared on his face as he shouted, "Hand over your life." As soon as his voice fell, the thin black line suddenly split up into countless smaller threads that weaved together to form an airtight net that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly dodged while at the same time sending out a palm to meet this attack. The huge heaven-covering hand rapidly expanded, seemingly wanting to cover the entire world, causing everyone watching to feel as if the sky had suddenly become much darker. A violent energy fluctuation spread out and the giant black line instantly collapsed. Su Zhishin's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, never having expected that his hidden killing move would actually be broken by him. It was precisely because of his fear of Yang Kai being able to injure his soul that Su Zhishin had not shown any mercy. He had only wanted to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible to restore the Su family's face, but how could he have known that it would be completely useless? Not only was this third-order Saint Realm youth's vision extremely sharp, seeing through his hidden killing move, but his Saint Chi was also comparable to Su Zhishin's. If this weren't the case, this young man wouldn't have been able to break through his Nether Shadow Soul Silk. Yang Kai's method of breaking through his Nether Shadow Soul Silk seemed simple, but in fact, it required an extremely powerful force to back it up. If it had been a cultivator in the same realm, such as Ba Qing Yan, doing this would have been reasonable, but the other party was clearly just a Saint Realm cultivator. Did he actually have the ability to fight head-on with Su Jishin? Su Jishin was so surprised that he almost called out. If he had suspected that Yang Kai was relying on some kind of artifact when his soul was injured just now, Su Jishin didn't dare think so now. The other party didn't seem to be any weaker than him. There was something wrong with this young man. No wonder he dared to come out and provoke Su Jishin. It turned out he was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. No wonder Cho Yuan was seriously injured when he returned, and no matter how Su Jishin questioned him, he couldn't say anything. No wonder Cho Yuan had turned around and fled just now. It seemed that his injuries were also caused by this young man, but he didn't dare say anything for fear of being punished. Being able to seriously injure a second-order Saint King and instill fear in his heart, this young man's ability was simply shocking. Realizing this, Su Jishin no longer underestimated Yang Kai, and his expression became extremely dignified. Taking back the black threads that had been blocked by the heaven-covering hand, Su Jishin stuffed a pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Seeing this action, the onlookers couldn't help gawking. Whether it was the Haiku family or the Su family, everyone's jaws dropped. They all thought that with Su Jishin taking action personally, Yang Kai would be defeated in a single exchange. What was laughable was that he had shamelessly boasted and repeatedly insulted Yang Kai. Some of the Su family cultivators had even been waiting to see how Yang Kai would be ravaged and how he would beg for mercy. How could they have known that after Su Jishin's blow, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, not even losing a single strand of his hair, while their own elder wore a dignified expression and even swallowed a pill? As long as one wasn't blind, they would know that things were different from what they had imagined. Elder Ba, what does this mean? Wu Yi's cousin named Wuxia asked Ba Qingyan softly. To be honest, he really didn't understand. Upon hearing this question, everyone turned their eyes to Ba Qingyan, expecting him to explain. What do you mean? Ba Qingyan coldly snorted, the Su family has kicked an iron plate this time. Ah! Even if Wuku didn't understand, he understood the meaning of Ba Qingyan's words and turned a stunned look towards Yang Kai, saying in a strange tone, Elder Ba, he seems to be only a third-order saint, even if he can resist for a while, Senior Su will quickly capture him. After all, the gap between their realms is too great. Wu Yi had already left the family and joined forces with this young man, so as long as this young man died, Wu Yi's fate wouldn't be good. Wu Ke didn't want to add insult to injury, but he also didn't want to see Wu Yi rise again. Who knows? Ba Qingyan's eyes deepened, his attention not focused on Su Jishin but instead on Yang Kai. From the moment he arrived here, he hadn't paid much attention to this person, but now, even if he didn't want to, he couldn't. Where did Wu Yi find this little brat? He's a bit of a monster. The cultivator from the two families couldn't believe their eyes, while Wu Yi and Yu Feng were even more surprised. They knew Yang Kai's origins better than anyone else. It was Yu Feng who had brought Yang Kai back to the starship while he was sleeping inside the blood-red crystal. Although everyone got along well, they only regarded Yang Kai as a little cultivator who had wandered here. Wu Yi had given Dragon Cave Mountain to Yang Kai because he was more familiar with the outside world and she felt there was a need to consult him in the future. Neither of them had known Yang Kai's heritage was so amazing. Yang Yan felt proud of himself and said, "Don't worry, Yang Kai won't suffer a loss." Last time, he killed a few Saint Kings and even forced that guy named Cho Yuan to flee. Although that old fart looks stronger than Cho Yuan, he shouldn't be much stronger. Ah! Wu Yi couldn't help covering her mouth. You're saying, he killed Saint Kings? You're not joking, right? Yang Yan curled his lips. He killed them right in front of me. It was so scary I fell into a coma for 3 days before waking up. Yang Yan immediately added some oil to the fire as she recounted the situation at that time. Watching her dance around, there was no trace of panic on her face, only excitement. When Wu Yi and Yu Feng heard this, both of them couldn't help feeling shocked. Junior, I admit, this old master underestimated you, but so what? If I, Su Jishin, want to kill you, don't think you'll live to see tomorrow's sun. Su Jishin swallowed a pill and his injured soul finally felt less painful. Although he couldn't repair it, as long as he could temporarily suppress his injuries, he would be able to go all out. That thin thread isn't an artifact. After Yang Kai forced back his killing move, he didn't pursue and instead just swept his eyes over him. It wasn't until this moment that his brow rose. He vaguely felt that this black thread wasn't an artifact at all, otherwise, his demonic flame wouldn't have been ineffective against it. The feeling this black thread gave him was more like a soul attack, a substantial soul attack. Suddenly cheering up, Yang Kai declared, "Good stuff, I want that thread." "Since you have the guts to ask, I don't know if you'll have the life to take it." Su Jishin coldly snorted, a powerful aura erupting from his body as the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank a few meters. Su Jishin's robes fluttered without any wind as his face filled with malevolent intent. A cold aura swept out from his body, causing everyone present to feel as if they could hear a gust of wind blowing past their ears. Countless nether shadow soul threads shot out from his body. The pitch-black nether shadow soul threads made him look as ugly as a long-haired monster. These nether shadow soul threads seemed to come alive as they rushed towards Yang Kai. Halfway through, they suddenly gathered together and formed a thumb-thick spear that spun at an extremely fast speed towards Yang Kai's heart. Chapter 11:24. The spinning force of the spear stirred up the air and a tornado suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai, its momentum astonishing. The nether shadow soul silk spear was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Yang Kai. To everyone's surprise, in the face of such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge and instead stretched out his hand to grab the spear. Demonic flame burst out from his palm and Yang Kai's expression became dignified, obviously using his full strength. *CI, an ear-piercing and unbearable sound rang out. The moment Kai Yang grasped the spear, a huge rotational force spun him around. The speed was so fast that it seemed like Kai Yang was being flung around by someone, and his figure was constantly being pushed back. Golden blood splashed out from this wound. But soon, Yang Kai's retreating speed slowed down, and his body, which had been thrown out of sight, gradually stabilized and finally stabilized. On his palm, in addition to the demonic flame, there was also a burnt smell, obviously having suffered some minor injuries. However, Yang Kai didn't care. Su Jishin's black threads were really difficult to guard against and were extremely strange, even his demonic flame couldn't burn them. No matter what they were, Yang Kai would first destroy them or snatch them away. Otherwise, if Su Jishin kept using these things to attack him, Yang Kai really wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Yang Kai had just regained his footing when Su Jishin flew over like a giant peng. Amidst Yang Kai and Wu Yi's exclamations, a violent force poured out from Su Jishin's palms and formed a series of strange attacks that bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai gripped the black spear in one hand and pushed his spiritual energy into the threads, burning away the spiritual energy brand Su Jishin had left behind and erasing his control over it, while at the same time sending out a heaven-covering hand. *Hong Hong Hong. Su Jishin flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, vomiting a mouthful of blood in midair, his face pale once again. Yang Kai was also forced back more than a dozen steps, the arm he used to block this attack feeling a brief sense of powerlessness as the blood in his chest roiled and he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. However, his state was obviously much better than Su Jishin's, his face filled with an excited smile as he glanced at the countless threads on his hand before tossing them into his space ring. You can actually erase my soul brand in an instant. Su Jishin's face changed greatly, whether it was because of anger or disbelief, his body trembled as he pointed his finger at Yang Kai, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said proudly, I said I want that thing, so I want it. Arrogant. Domineering. Domineering. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone suddenly remembered that Yang Kai had indeed said such a thing just now, but how could they have known that in less than 10 breaths of time, he had really done it? A Saint Realm cultivator was actually able to snatch an artifact from a Saint King Realm master and erase his soul brand in an instant. Just how powerful was this Saint King Realm master's spiritual energy? How could he possibly have such an ability? Fuck. Yufeng couldn't help cursing, both of his eyes trembling violently. Not only was Yang Yun and Wu Yi dazzled by this scene, but even the several young women from the Haikou family who were of the same generation as Wu Yi were staring at Yang Kai as if they wanted to eat him alive. All of them suddenly discovered that the so-called young talents they had seen before couldn't compare to this man of unknown origin at all. Those people were simply trash. Even Ba Qingyan's pupils shrank as a thick sense of horror flashed across the depths of his eyes. He knew better than anyone what level Su Zhishan was at. In a one-on-one fight, he might not be Su Zhishan's opponent, but such a person had only exchanged 2 moves before this young man had snatched away his artifact and even suffered serious injuries. If Ba Qingyan were to fight against this young man, what would the outcome be? Ba Qingyan suddenly felt a headache and a tightness in his chest. Yang Kai smiled happily, not because he had snatched Su Zhishan's artifact, but because he found that his current combat power could really compete with a third-order Saint King. Although it was undeniable that Su Zhishan's combat power shouldn't be too high for this level of cultivator, after all, his realm was still quite high. Moreover, Yang Kai hadn't used his full strength. The mysteries of the Tao of Space, the power of his golden blood, the demon eye of annihilation. Yang Kai hadn't used any of these trump cards, all he had relied on was the strength stored in his body. Old Man Chang Chok. The Su family Saint King Realm cultivator saw Su Zhishan suffer a loss and called out in alarm. Su Zhishan waved his hand, stopping them from stepping forward, a look of madness filling his face as he roared hysterically, Good, 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 the younger generation will surpass us in time. This old master didn't expect there to be someone like you. If I don't kill you today, this old master isn't human. Saying so, Su Zhishan suddenly summoned an ancient picture scroll that exuded a thick and solid aura. As soon as this picture scroll appeared, everyone felt a little suffocated, as if something was pressing down on their heads. The 100 Mountains picture. Ba Qingyan obviously recognized this picture scroll and his face changed drastically as he shouted, Retreat! The people from the Haikou family unconditionally believed his words and naturally followed closely behind him, immediately retreating. The Su family naturally knew their limits and also turned around to flee. Seeing them run away, Wu Yi and Yufeng suddenly became uneasy, Wu Yi hurriedly calling out, We should also retreat. No need. Yang Yun waved her hand, saying so as she summoned a number of strange things into her small hands and arranged them around the 3 of them. Soon, she finished arranging everything and patted her hands happily. This position is good, just nice to watch the show. Wu Yi stared at her speechlessly, not knowing whether she was just being ignorant or not. However, it was already too late to retreat now. After Su Zhishan summoned the 100 Mountains picture, the phantom image of a small mountain immediately rushed out from it. This mountain was several dozen meters high and exuded a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum as it smashed towards Yang Kai. An unimaginable sense of crisis rose from the bottom of his heart and Yang Kai's face paled, not even hesitating as he hurriedly arranged several grand heavenly shields above his head. Watch this old man tear you to shreds. Su Zhishan roared, and as his voice rang out, the image of the small mountain pressed down heavily. Kacha. The several grand heavenly shields he had just condensed were completely useless as they were directly crushed by the phantom of the small mountain. However, the phantom's speed didn't decrease and it continued to press down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai struggled to even move as he secretly cursed in his heart. Su Jishin's 100 Mountains picture artifact was clearly an origin-grade artifact, and although the phantom seemed illusory, it was actually as heavy as a small mountain. If it really pressed down on him, Yang Kai estimated that even if his physique was tyrannical, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only use his space force. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The small mountain directly crushed Kai Yang's afterimage, causing the earth to violently tremble. The ground cracked like a spider's, and even the distant mountain peak shook a few times. Countless birds were startled and scattered in all directions. Su Jishin was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help laughing. "Junior, now you know how powerful this old master is. Daring to fight me, you're still too inexperienced." Ah! Wu Yi's face went pale. She also thought that Yang Kai had been killed. "Old dog, do you only know how to bark?" Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from the side and the heaven-punishing spear, which contained the power of space, broke through the blockade of space and instantly appeared in front of Su Jishin. Su Jishin, who had been feeling proud of himself, broke out in a cold sweat and without even thinking about it, desperately pushed his Saint Chi. From his 100 Mountains picture, another phantom mountain flew out, but this one was much larger than the previous one, at least 1,000 meters high. The heaven-punishing spear was blocked by this phantom mountain and returned without any effect. Su Jishin was both shocked and angry as he pointed his finger and sent out a second mountain towards Yang Kai again. Yang Kai finally understood why this artifact was called the 100 Mountains picture, because there were clearly 100 mountain peaks in this picture scroll. Every time Su Jishin summoned one, there would be one less in the picture scroll, and each one was larger than the last. The largest one, Yang Kai was frightened just by looking at it. If he were to be hit by it, he would instantly be reduced to ashes. Although Yang Kai also knew that with Su Jishin's ability, it was impossible for him to summon 100 mountain peaks, the power of this artifact was not small. The second mountain peak smashed towards Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed while the first smaller mountain peak also flew up and attacked Yang Kai from both sides. Each phantom mountain peak gave off an oppressive aura, making Yang Kai's movements and Saint Chi difficult to circulate. Su Jishin had really gone crazy, summoning a third and fourth mountain peaks all at once. With the 4 peaks intercepting him, Yang Kai simply had no way to avoid them. A violent impact rang out and the surrounding space seemed to collapse as a powerful shockwave swept out. In an instant, Dragon Cave Mountain was uprooted and countless trees were torn to shreds by this shockwave. Looking at this doomsday-like scene, many of the Su family and Haiku family cultivators' faces went pale. They knew that if they had not retreated just now, even if they had stood there and watched, they would have been affected. Because even now, the waves of energy still caused everyone's skin to ache, as if they were being cut by knives. Those with lower strength had to circulate their Saint Chi to resist, several of them having been blown away, and it was impossible to tell whether they were still alive or not. Once the 100 Mountains picture appeared, even this old master had to temporarily avoid it. "That young man is dead for sure." Ba Qingyan exhaled softly, a strange expression on his face, whether it was relief or regret. In this chaotic battlefield, only one place remained unscathed, and that was where Yang Yan, Wu Yi, and Yu Feng were standing. When the powerful wave of energy hit them, Wu Yi and Yu Feng both felt as if they were doomed. How could they have anticipated that a light curtain would suddenly appear in front of them? Ripples spread out from this light curtain and intercepted all the incoming waves, so none of them were in any danger at all. Chapter 1125. You're an array grandmaster? Wu gawked for a moment as she stared at Yang Inflammation in shock. Although she knew that Yang Inflammation was arranging a spirit array just now, she hadn't expected the spirit array he had casually arranged to be so powerful. Wu had never even heard of such an accomplishment before. Yufeng stared at Yang Inflammation with a look of worship. On the other side, Su Jishin, who had summoned the four peaks, seemed to have become somewhat senile in an instant, but looking at the nearly collapsed space around him, he couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After living for so many years, he had never met someone like Yang Kai. He couldn't even understand how Yang Kai had managed to avoid the first attack. There was no trace of him moving at all. It was as if he had completely ignored the existence of space and teleported directly from one place to another. However, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, he should have died without an intact corpse by now. Su Jishin was physically and mentally exhausted, but he was still smiling heartily. He had done his best and had not brought disgrace to the Su family's name. Suddenly, a strange sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Su Jishin was a veteran of many battles, so without even thinking about it, he hurriedly sent the four mountain phantoms towards the source of the crisis while turning his head to look in the direction of it. At a glance, Su Jishin almost screamed. The young man whom he thought would die without a burial ground was actually unscathed at this moment. The long sword in his hand, which was covered in rolling devil flames, slashed out a huge sword light that was like a bolt of lightning, carrying with it an aura that could destroy everything as it slashed towards him. Su Jishin shivered and almost swallowed his own tongue. Hong hong hong. The huge black sword wave hit the phantom peaks and was blocked, but the overflowing coldness, the contradiction between yang and evil, caused Su Jishin's hands and feet to go cold. He was certain that if he were to be burned by these black flames, he would not be able to dissolve them and would eventually be burned to a crisp. What kind of freak is this? Not only was Su Jishin shocked and angry, but the Su family and Haiku family cultivator also exclaimed. Even Ba Qingyan's eyes were filled with confusion. Even with his eyesight, he hadn't been able to see how Yang Kai had managed to avoid the four peaks just now. Even if it was him, if he hadn't made preparations to escape in advance, it would have been impossible for him to remain unscathed under that kind of pressure. However, this young man had done it. Ba Qingyan was shocked to discover that he had underestimated the strength of this young man again and again. He was not a human, but a monster. Su Jishin roared as the first four mountain peaks surrounded him, forming an impregnable defensive barrier. He was really scared. The fear that came from the bottom of his heart made him not dare to expose himself in front of Yang Kai. He was afraid that he would be killed if he was careless. Yang Kai's divine sense attack, which contained the power of space, burst out together with his Saint Chi as he directed his attack towards Su Jishin. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, not only did the four mountain peaks protect Su Jishin tightly, they even sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for Yang Kai's attack to penetrate it and cause any damage. A fifth and sixth mountain peaks floated out from the 100 Mountains picture, each of them more majestic than the previous four. Su Jishin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the 100 Mountains picture, causing his weakened aura to soar wildly. His originally dim and frightened eyes filled with ferocity as he manipulated these two mountain peaks to smash down on Yang Kai. All of Dragon Cave Mountain trembled violently as one crater after another appeared in the ground, spreading out in all directions. Yang Kai roared furiously, "Old dog, don't destroy my territory." If he continued to be entangled with Su Jishin like this, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain would be destroyed. Once the earth collapsed, the space spirit crystal lode hidden below would be exposed. Yang Kai's murderous intent surged like a tide. Balls of burning demonic flames were shot out by him, lingering around Su Jishin. Surprisingly, these demonic flames did not disappear, but instead gradually gathered together as the demonic flames increased, forming a black cloud of burning flames in just a few moments. This cloud of flames wrapped around Su Zhishin and the 4 mountain peaks that were guarding him, constantly burning them. Yang Kai also continuously sent out his demon race flames to become the demon race flames, increasing the power of this cloud of flames. No, no. Su Zhishin screamed in horror as the 4 mountain peaks that were guarding him became dimmer and dimmer under the burning of this cloud of flames, seemingly on the verge of disappearing. Once these 4 mountain peaks disappeared, it would be time for Su Zhishin to die. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and kill this little bastard. Su Zhishin hurriedly shouted at the Su family Saint King realm cultivators who were watching the battle in the distance. He had been fighting Yang Kai with his own strength all this time because he wanted to show off his strength and maintain the dignity of the elders, but how could he have imagined that he would not be this young man's opponent? Now that he was about to die, he no longer had any scruples and could only ask the family's cultivator for help. In the distance, when the Saint King realm cultivators who had followed Su Zhishin heard this shout, only 2 of them rushed over without hesitation while the rest of them hesitated, not daring to step forward. Some of them even retreated a few steps without leaving a trace. Su Zhishin had even taken out a treasure like the 100 Mountains picture but still wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so how could they dare to come forward and die? The 2 Saint King realm cultivators who rushed over didn't understand the situation before 2 demonic flames flew towards them. The 2 stupidly tried to block them, but in the blink of an eye, the demonic flames had wrapped around their bodies and were unable to extinguish them no matter how hard they tried. Before they could even get close, they rolled on the ground and stopped moving completely. Seeing this scene, the remaining Su family Saint King realm cultivators could no longer hold back the panic in their hearts and turned around to flee, one of them even shouting, "Elder, hold on, I'm going back to the family to call for reinforcements." Upon hearing this, Su Zhishin coughed up a mouthful of blood and his already dispirited expression completely dimmed. Turning to Ba Qingyan, he shouted with all his strength, "Brother Ba, if you help me escape today, this Su will definitely hand over the 100 Mountains picture." Ba Qingyan's eyes narrowed as he immediately showed an expression of interest. He had long heard of the Su family's 100 Mountains picture, and now that he had witnessed the tyrannical power of this origin-grade artifact, he believed that if he could really obtain the 100 Mountains picture, he would definitely become the #1 master of the Haiku family. He would even be qualified to fight against an ordinary origin returning realm master. However, this young man was clearly not in existence to be provoked. From the start of the battle until now, Ba Qingyan had not been able to see through his bottom line, causing him to hesitate and hesitate. "Brother Ba!" Su Zhishin hurriedly shouted again. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't hold on any longer. Ba Qingyan's hesitant look suddenly became firm, and just as he was about to take a step forward, Yang Kai glared at him coldly and declared, "If you dare come forward, don't blame me for slaughtering you regardless of whether you are Wu Yi's clansman." Ba Qingyan's body immediately stiffened in place as a chill ran down his spine. At that moment, accompanied by Su Zhishin's scream, the phantom images of the 4 mountains finally disappeared and a black cloud of fire engulfed him, reducing him to ashes. Apart from the spatial ring, only the 100 Mountains painting floated down from the sky. Countless greedy eyes instantly stared at the 100 Mountains picture. Yang Kai stood in place with a strange expression on his face, not reaching out to grab it, but the aura around his body showed no signs of weakening and instead became more and more intense. Yang Yan lifted her large black robe with both hands and rushed over, picking up the 100 Mountains picture and Su Zhishin's space ring that had fallen to the ground before hurriedly running back to stand inside the spirit array she had arranged. "Ha!" Ba Qingyan sighed. He never had the courage to grab the coveted 100 Mountains picture and couldn't help feeling disappointed. Dragon Cave Mountain was deathly silent. The Haiku family cultivators all glanced at each other, none of them daring to speak. None of them had ever imagined that this battle would end up in such a way. The Su family had come with such an aggressive momentum and had even brought out the 100 Mountains picture, but the result was that 3 of them had actually been killed by a single Saint Realm cultivator. Even an elder like Su Jishin had fallen. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, none of them would have believed it. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were also immersed in great shock, unable to speak for a long time. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of those so-called genius cultivators. There seemed to be a few of them among the younger generation in the Shadow Moon Palace, and those few people were all able to battle above their level. They were the cream of the crop among the younger generation, revered and worshipped by their peers, their reputation spreading far and wide. However, compared to Yang Kai, these so-called geniuses were nothing more than dog shit. This time, Yang Kai had fought an entire great realm above his own, and in the end, he had won without any injuries. Could it be that I brought back a genius among geniuses? Wu Yi and Yu Feng couldn't help thinking this, the sadness of being separated from their family being washed away by shock at this moment. Oh. Yang Inflammation was playing with the 100 Mountains picture when she suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai, a light of surprise flashing across her beautiful eyes. For the second time, she ran over to Yang Kai while carrying her black robe, constantly taking out things from her space ring and quickly arranging a spirit array around Yang Kai. When she ran back, Wu Yi asked curiously, "What happened to Yang Kai? He seems to be about to break through." Ah. Wu Yi was shocked. This. Yu Feng also wore a speechless expression, a mix of envy and shame. After this battle, Yang Kai was actually about to break through. His current cultivation was at the 3rd Order Saint Realm, and if he broke through, he would reach the Saint King Realm, the same realm as him and Wu Yi. The little sense of superiority Yu Feng had disappeared at this moment, but thinking about Yang Kai's terrifying combat power, he felt relieved. It wasn't strange for such a person to break through at this moment. Since Yang Inflammation could discover this, Ba Qingyan naturally could as well. He stared deeply at Yang Kai from a great distance, the look on his face fluctuating between fear, worry, surprise, and shock. A middle-aged man with a white face suddenly approached quietly and whispered, "Elder Ba, this little brat seems to be about to break through, should we?" Chapter 11:26. The terror of Yang Kai really made the people of the Haiku family feel apprehensive. The Su family elder had been killed just like that, and the strongest person in the Haiku family was only on par with Su Jishin. If he wanted to deal with the Haiku family, who could resist him? The only way to deal with this danger was to nip it in the bud. Ba Qingyan smiled bitterly and slowly shook his head. "Elder." The middle-aged man who made the proposal looked at him in confusion, not knowing what Ba Qingyan was afraid of. Although Yang Kai's performance just now was shocking, he was currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, so it was the best time to act. If they missed this opportunity, the entire Haiku family would have no way to deal with him. "Didn't you see the spirit array that woman in black arranged around him just now?" Ba Qingyan coldly snorted. "What's there to fear from a spirit array?" The middle-aged man didn't care. Ba Qingyan sneered, "When Su Jishin summoned the 100 Mountains picture just now, the aftermath of the impact spread to that woman, yet she, Wu Yi, and Yu Feng all remained motionless. How profound do you think the spirit array she arranged is?" "Ah!" the middle-aged man exclaimed. He had been so focused on watching the battle between Yang Kai and Su Jishin that he hadn't paid attention to Yang Yanfu's situation. At this moment, hearing Ba Qingyan's words, he immediately turned to look at Yang Yanfu and the others and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The 3 of them were indeed standing very close to the battlefield, but their clothes were as clean as new, without the slightest speck of dust. "Is she also a master of spirit arrays?" The middle-aged man was shocked and muttered, "Isn't she a saint-grade artifact refiner? Is she the artifact refiner the family tried to recruit last time but failed?" Ba Qingyan suddenly remembered this matter and called out, "Zhou Fu, were you the one who tried to recruit her last time?" The man named Zhou Fu walked over with sweat dripping down his forehead and quickly responded, "Yes, elder, last time it was I who tried to recruit that woman, but she refused without hesitation, so you didn't try again and let the family miss out on such a great opportunity?" Ba Qingyan stared at him fiercely. Zhou Fu shuddered and said with a bitter face, "Elder, please forgive me. At that time, I didn't know she had this ability. I only thought she was a saint-grade artifact refiner. If I had known earlier, useless." Ba Qingyan sighed. The Haiku family didn't care about a saint-grade artifact refiner. After all, the family could cultivate such a level of artifact refiner, but someone who could arrange a spirit array to block the impact of the 100 Mountains picture was not something the family could ignore. The 100 Mountains picture was an origin-grade artifact, so even if the shockwave didn't directly hit the spirit array she had arranged, judging from her current state, the spirit array she had arranged was extremely profound. Was Wu Yi a person from the past? One of them was a third-order saint who had killed Su Zhishin and was now on the verge of breaking through, while the other was not only a saint-grade artifact refiner but also a proficient spirit array. Ba Qingyan suddenly regretted his attitude towards Wu Yi. He even wanted to take back his previous words and allow Wu Yi to return to the family. As long as Wu Yi returned to the family, perhaps he could recruit this man and woman through Wu Yi. If Ba Qingyan knew that Yang Inflammation was an origin-grade artifact refiner, even if he had to apologize to Wu Yi, he wouldn't hesitate. Yang Kai was immersed in this mysterious feeling. The reason he dared to break through here was because he didn't put these Haiku family members in his eyes. If they knew what was good for them, they would just stand in the distance, but if they dared to disturb him, Yang Kai wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson, letting them know who they should and shouldn't provoke. Yang Inflammation was arranging a spirit array around him and the Haiku family members were all ready to attack, but Yang Kai was still immersed in this mysterious feeling. His meridians seemed to swell and gradually become sore and unbearable. His body was like a rotating vortex, producing a huge suction force that slowly drew in the surrounding world energy. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain in his meridians and his physique squirmed, causing Yang Kai to let out a muffled groan and almost cry out. However, the pain quickly disappeared and was replaced by an endless feeling of comfort. The meridians in his body became thicker and firmer than before. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body and there was almost no need for him to absorb it. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, and above Dragon Cave Mountain, an unimaginable amount of world energy condensed into a spirit cloud. The power of the heavens and earth rapidly condensed around Yang Kai's body and rained down on him like a bolt of lightning, riddling the area around him with thousands of holes. "We need to run away." Yang Inflammation's face went pale as he hurriedly ran away, not daring to remain in place, Wu Yi and Yu Feng following closely behind. Ba Qingyan's jaw dropped as he was shocked by the terrifying scene in front of him, secretly rejoicing that he had not ordered his clansmen to rush up and add insult to injury. If he had really done so, there would have been no need for this young man to take action. The world energy produced by his breakthrough alone would have been enough to annihilate the entire Haiku family. The other clansmen were also trembling. It could be said that the commotion caused by such a breakthrough was even greater than the shock brought to them by the cross-realm battle earlier. None of them had ever known that a breakthrough could cause such a huge change in the world. How could this young man withstand it? For a time, many people even began to secretly curse Yang Kai in their hearts, hoping that he would fall during this breakthrough. Compared to such a person, they felt so inferior that they wanted to crawl into a hole. The rumbling sounds were enough to shatter one's soul as all of Dragon Cave Mountain shook violently. Every wave of world energy that fell was like a sledgehammer smashing into one's heart, making it difficult to breathe and causing one's face to go pale. Just looking at this scene was unbearable, but the face of the young man who was breaking through was filled with excitement as he opened his body and mind to accept this baptism of world energy. As the power of heaven and earth descended, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger, more and more violent. He was like an ancient god, standing proudly between the heavens and earth, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. As time passed, as the world energy continued to fall, the originally cloudy sky gradually cleared up, but the heavy feeling that pressed down on everyone's hearts did not weaken in the slightest. Suddenly, the world became clear and the momentum around Yang Kai's body shrank as his closed eyes opened again, flashing an excited luster. Saint King Realm. He had finally reached the Saint King Realm, breaking through the highest limit of Tongxian Realm and catching up to the height that great demon god had once reached. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai felt that he had completely integrated with the star territory. The power in his body surged and became much more tyrannical than before. Gently clenching his fists, Yang Kai felt as if an explosive power was flowing from his hands. If he were to fight with Su Jishin now, Yang Kai believed that old man wouldn't be able to hurt him and he could easily break through the Four Peaks defense. In the distance, the people from the Haiku family stared blankly at Dragon Cave Mountain, which seemed to have been ravaged by a violent storm. Because of this promotion, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain had become even more desolate than before. All the world energy that had been gathered by the spirit gathering array had disappeared, and even the mist of world energy that had gathered around the mountain peak was nowhere to be seen. Even the world energy within a 30-kilometer radius had disappeared. Ba Qingyan groaned in his heart, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai. Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi, and Yu Feng rushed over. Yang Inflammation was overjoyed, and although Wu Yi and Yu Feng also congratulated him, Yang Kai could detect a faint trace of worry between their brows. After all, the two of them had just announced their separation from the Haiku family not long ago. No matter how bad the family was or how unfair it was to them, it was still their own family, the place where they grew up. They were all people of flesh and blood, people who cared deeply about their feelings, so it was impossible for them to act as if nothing had happened in such a short time. Little friend, congratulations, this old master's horizons have been broadened today. Little friend is truly a dragon among men, your future achievements will surely be limitless. Ba Qingyan led a group of people over, his voice reaching Yang Kai's ears before he even arrived. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him faintly. He didn't have a good impression of this old man. Previously, he had tried to coerce Wu Yi. As an elder of the Haiku family, he had the right to do so, but later on, this old man had tried to attack him several times, even wanting to join forces with Su Jishin. Even when Yang Kai was breaking through, this old man had the same idea. Yang Kai had seen all of this, and although he suppressed the urge in his heart and ultimately chose to stand by and watch, that was only because he feared Yang Kai's strength and didn't have absolute confidence in killing Yang Kai. If he was truly confident, he would have done so long ago. Seeing Yang Kai refuse to pay attention to him, Ba Qingyan's face became slightly ugly as he awkwardly said, "Little friend is also a friend of Wu Yi's. If you have some free time in the future, please come visit my Haiku family. The Haiku family will definitely welcome you with open arms." Wu Yi has already left the Haiku family, why would I visit your family? Yang Kai glanced over at him. Ba Qingyan was immediately choked speechless, glancing over at Wu Yi awkwardly before saying with a forced smile, "Wu Yi is still young and sometimes speaks rashly." This old master believed she didn't mean to say such things, nor did she really want to leave the family, so this old master wouldn't take her seriously, right Wu Yi? Wu Yi wore a sad expression as she remained silent. On the other hand, Yu Feng snorted, didn't Elder Ba just say he wanted Wu Yi to accept the family law? He even said he would do it himself. Ba Qingyan immediately glared at Yu Feng coldly. He wanted to become friends with Yang Kai, so he had to accommodate Wu Yi, but that didn't mean he had to accommodate Yu Feng. Yang Kai didn't like him and Wu Yi ignored him, causing him to become angry out of shame. Now that Yu Feng had added fuel to the fire, if not for having scruples about Yang Kai, he would have definitely taught him a lesson. To Ba Qingyan's surprise, Yu Feng, who had always been subservient to him like a mouse seeing a cat, was now extremely stubborn and didn't even try to avoid meeting his eyes. This made Ba Qingyan feel like he had lost face. After thinking about it for a moment, Ba Qingyan said, "Little friend has just broken through a great realm and will need some time to consolidate his cultivation, so this old master won't disturb you for the time being. If there is anything little friend needs from my Haiku family, there is no need to be polite, just ask. And, since Wu Yi and Yu Feng are your friends, they can stay and look after you. This place is my Haiku family's territory, so Wu Yi, Yu Feng, don't neglect this little friend, understood?" Chapter 11:27. After Ba Qingyan finished speaking, Wu Yi still didn't say a word while Yu Feng coldly snorted, seemingly realizing for the first time just how shameless his elder could be, his face turning red. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Ba Qingyan was worthy of being called an old fox, his words clearly implying that Yang Kai was the guest and his Haiku family was the host, all but directly saying that this was his family's territory and that since he lived here, he had to give them some face. Ba Qingyan also knew that he probably didn't have much prestige in front of these two, so after speaking, he didn't care about their attitude, simply cupping his fists to Yang Kai in a friendly manner before turning around and leaving. The man named Wuxia wore a complicated look as he glanced between Wu Yi and Yang Kai, the jealousy in his eyes almost bursting out. He hadn't expected that Wu Yi, who had just left the family, would make two such powerful friends. The several young women who followed Ba Qingyan also looked at Wu Yi with envy, turning their heads 3 times as they walked away, constantly casting flirtatious glances towards Yang Kai, as if as long as Yang Kai said a word, they would immediately throw themselves at him. After a long time, only Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi, and Yu Feng remained. Not even birds or beasts could be seen on Dragon Cave Mountain. Wu Yi's eyes were slightly red as she forced a smile. "Yang Kai, I've let you see a joke. How could they be like this?" Yu Feng also muttered. In the past, the two of them had taken pride in being members of the Haiku family, but after everything that had happened this time, the attitude of the family's people towards these matters had directly overturned the sense of belonging and honor they had built up over a long period of time. Wu Yi would have preferred to see Ba Qingyan directly take her back to face the family law after she announced her separation from the family, even if it meant being beaten to death, rather than seeing an elder act so slick and opportunistic. This kind of weak family was completely different from what she had imagined. Yang Kai knew what she was thinking and said lightly, "In this world, strength is respected, without strength, one can only bend to the will of others. Survival is not easy." Wu Yi seemed to understand something and looked up at him with a slightly confused look in her beautiful eyes. Yu Feng, on the other hand, didn't think as much as she did and instead said with some concern, "Yang Kai, you killed Su Jishin today, the Su family will definitely not let this go. They didn't know you were so powerful before, so they only sent a few people here today, but after they return to report, the Su's family's people, I'm sure they'll come back. Shouldn't you quickly leave? I'm afraid things will change." Before Yang Kai's, Yang Inflammations, Yang Kai's, Yang Kai, I'll arrange some spirit set. Yang was, there was Yang S and Yang was right S, E, and T Tess S want to leave a, S he's to say he T S, T's, and Yang, he, and of course, Yang 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 and Yang Yang Yang, and the Yang. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space and needed a lot of space spirit crystals. If he missed this village, he wouldn't be able to find another one. Yang Kai didn't know what level Yang Inflammation spirit arrays had reached before, but after seeing her performance today, he naturally felt relieved. What's more, Yang Kai was now a Saint King, and although he didn't know if he could compete with an origin returning realm cultivator, as long as the Su family didn't have such a master, he wouldn't be afraid. What kind of materials do you want? Yang Kai asked. Ores, cultivation materials, as long as they aren't alchemy herbs, they're fine. I have some here. Wu Yi checked her space ring. I also have some, but not much, and the grade isn't high, Yu Feng also stated. It doesn't matter, just have Yang Kai pay for them, Yang Kai grinned. Others didn't know how rich Yang Kai was, but she did. The artifacts she had refined this time had all been exchanged for saint crystals by Yang Kai. What's more, he still had so many space spirit crystals, each of which could easily fetch tens of thousands of saint crystals. I just broke through and need to stabilize my cultivation. Yu Feng, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai said while taking out 50,000 high-rank saint crystals from the black book space, placing them in a universe bag and handing it to Yu Feng. Although Yu Feng had never seen such a low-level storage artifact before, when he received it and swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't help paling, so many saint crystals. These saint crystals were almost equal to the annual income of the entire Haiku family, but Yang Kai had casually taken out so many saint crystals, shocking Yu Feng greatly. He couldn't understand how Yang Kai had managed to amass such a fortune in such a short time. After all, when Yang Kai first picked him up, the only space ring he had on him had already been taken away by Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai giving him so many saint crystals at once gave Yu Feng a sense of trust, so he quickly said, Brother Yang, rest assured, I will definitely buy as many materials as I can at the most discounted price. Turning to Wu Yi, Yu Feng said, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the young lady for the time being. Yang Kai nodded and Yu Feng flew off towards Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai felt very assured about Yu Feng. For Wu Yi's sake, Yu Feng was willing to stand against an elder of his family. Although such a man was a bit foolish, he wasn't scheming. Wu Yi, you should rest first, your complexion is quite poor, Yang Kai looked at Wu Yi and said. Wu Yi nodded gently and, accompanied by Yang Inflammation, walked into the cave without saying a word. After returning to the cave, Yang Kai cleaned up his space ring and black book space, tossing everything he didn't need to Yang Inflammation. He had already confirmed Yang Inflammation's abilities, so if he wanted to arrange a spirit array to protect this cave, naturally the more materials he had, the better. The 10th order monster beast Thunderlwan gave birth to the lightning attribute Birdwood after its death was left behind by Yang Kai. As for its use, he would need to discuss with Yang Inflammation. After dealing with this, Yang Kai placed a few dozen high-rank saint crystals beside him and sat down in the 7-colored spirit gathering flags to stabilize his current Saint King realm cultivation. If it was just a small breakthrough, this kind of stabilization wasn't particularly important, but after breaking through a great realm, it was necessary as it would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. While the storm on Dragon Cave Mountain had come to an end, the Haiku family was in an uproar. A male friend of Wu Yi's had killed the 3rd Order Saint King Su Ji-shin with his 3rd Order Saint Realm cultivation and snatched 2 of his artifacts, while a female friend was not only a Saint-grade artifact refiner but also a Grandmaster proficient in spirit arrays. This news spread among the Haiku family's upper echelons, causing everyone to be shocked. Qin Yan, you said that young man named Yang Kai killed that old fox Su Ji-shin. Did you see it with your own eyes? Inside the family's discussion hall, an old man with a long beard sitting at the head of the table asked slowly, his tone filled with disbelief. This was the current patriarch of the Haiku family, En. It wasn't that En didn't want to believe Ba Qingyan, but what happened this time was simply too hard to believe. It was possible that Yang Kai had killed a First-Order Saint King, but who was Su Zhishin? He was an elder of the Su family and one of the most powerful masters in the Su family. Even if En personally took action, he might not necessarily be able to win. If Su Zhishin took out the 100 Mountains picture, En would have no choice but to flee. If it had been anyone else who said this, En would have just laughed and never taken it seriously, but Ba Qingyan was the one who had said it. Not only was En suspicious, but the dozen or so elders and foreign elders in the hall were also staring at Ba Qingyan with strange looks. "Old Ba, have you become muddle-headed from cultivation? Calling all of us here in broad daylight just to say this kind of thing, how boring," an elder named Waluan sitting to the left laughed. "That's right, Elder Ba, if you want to tell a joke, I suggest you change it, this isn't funny at all." Another beautiful woman with a plump figure was also somewhat dissatisfied. She was one of the foreign elders of the Haiku family named Huang Wan. "Qingyan, tell us carefully, I believe you aren't someone who doesn't know what's important and what's not." En looked at Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan's expression remained unchanged. He knew that what he was saying was ridiculous, and if someone else had told him this, he wouldn't have believed them so easily, so he didn't care about the ridicule of Waluan and Huang Wan, simply waving his hand and saying, "Come in." More than a dozen people filed in. Many of these people were from the younger generation of the Haiku family, the same group that had followed Ba Qingyan to Dragon Cave Mountain. After entering, everyone saluted. The elders and foreign elders present didn't know what Ba Qingyan wanted to do, but none of them spoke, simply waiting quietly for him to continue. "Wuku, tell the patriarch and the elders and foreign elders what you saw today. Don't conceal anything, and don't exaggerate anything, otherwise you'll be punished according to the family law." Ba Qingyan said faintly. Wuku hurriedly cupped his fists and nodded, recounting how Su Zhishin had led the Su family's people to Dragon Cave Mountain, clashed with Yang Kai, and then fought. This little brat's eloquence was quite good, so although he didn't understand anything at the time, his description was quite detailed, almost reproducing the original scene. When they heard that Wu Yi and Yu Feng had left the family in order to protect Yang Kai and oppose Ba Qingyan, the faces of the elders and foreign elders suddenly became extremely ugly, each of them demanding that the patriarch send someone to bring this little girl back and punish her according to the family law as a warning to others. But soon, they no longer bothered with this issue. Yang Kai had snatched Su Zhishin's Nether Shadow Soul Thread and instantly erased his soul brand, forcing him to use the 100 Mountains picture and summon 6 Phantom Mountains. Even under the protection of 4 of these Phantom Mountains, Su Zhishin had still been burned to death by a cloud of black flames. After that, Yang Kai had broken through to the Saint King realm. All the elders and foreign elders were dumbfounded, none of them daring to believe their ears. They faintly believed Ba Qingyan's story because just now, they had felt some abnormalities in the world energy. Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't too far from here, so they had naturally noticed it, but they hadn't paid it much attention. It turned out that this was the result of someone breaking through to the Saint King realm. After Wuku finished speaking, Ba Qingyan turned to the dozen or so people present and asked, "Is there any falsehood in Wuku's words?" The dozen or so people all shook their heads, "No." "What happened today? Did you witness it with your own eyes?" "Yes, Elder." Everyone nodded. "Good, you may withdraw." Ba Qingyan waved his hand and the dozen or so people bowed before withdrawing. Chapter 11:28. Inside the Haiku family's discussion hall, all the elders and foreign elders fell silent. If they had suspected that Ba Qingyan was telling a joke a moment ago, they no longer dared to doubt him now. It didn't make sense for more than a dozen clansmen to join forces and tell such a big lie to them. The only explanation was that it was the truth. They're such a young junior. Ian took a deep breath, a look of shock appearing on his face before he sighed. Why wasn't he born in my haiku family? If he had been born in my family. Ian's words echoed everyone's thoughts. If such a powerful young man was a member of the haiku family, the family's prosperity would be just around the corner. They would no longer be a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hole. Peripheral forces were just a name. To put it nicely, they did have some relationship with Shadow Moon Hall, but to put it bluntly, they were just relying on Shadow Moon Hall's name, providing them with supplies every year in exchange for Shadow Moon Hall not bothering them. They couldn't obtain any benefits from Shadow Moon Hall, and as long as Shadow Moon Hall wanted to, they could dissolve this family at any time. Patriarch, although this young Kai wasn't born in my family, that doesn't mean we can't use him, the beautiful foreign elder named Huang Wan, who had spoken before, suddenly said with a smile. Oh. Consecrator Huang, you mean? Ian looked at her with joy. Huang Wan smiled and said, Elder Ba just said that in order to protect him, that little girl Wu Yi didn't hesitate to say she would leave the family. In my opinion, their relationship isn't simple. At the very least, Wu Yi is somewhat interested in that little brat. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Foreign Elder Huang is right. Waluan also nodded in agreement. Wu Yi's appearance isn't bad and her aptitude is one of the best in my family. If that young Kai really has feelings for Wu Yi, it's not impossible. As long as we can bring the two of them together, it may not be impossible. However, before that, we need to inquire about the origins of this young man. Since he was able to kill Su Ji Shin with just a Saint Realm cultivation, he can't be a nobody. What do you think? Do you think he's Thunder Typhoon Sect's #1 young master, Fang Tianzhong? It was said that Fang Tianzhong had the ability to kill enemies above his own realm. And Wei Guchang of Shadow Moon Hall also had this ability, and there was also Chu Chang Feng of Heaven Battling Union. Was Yang Kai just one of their aliases? Otherwise, why haven't we heard of this name before? Someone asked. It's definitely not them. Those monsters have already reached the Saint King realm and are likely third-order Saint Kings by now, a full great realm higher than Yang Kai. They have nothing to do with each other. As for his origins, this old man knows a thing or two, a bearded old man said in a deep voice. An old man with a goatee said in a deep voice. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, he continued, I heard my family's boy mention that when Wu Yi returned from a mining expedition, Yu Feng picked up a person from the starry sky. Yang Kai should be that person. Picked up. The group of people was dumbfounded. How could a young man with such excellent aptitude be picked up? Ian's expression changed as he turned to look at one of the people present and smiled. Foreign Elder Chang, when Wu Yi took people out to mine last time, I remember you were the one who followed her, right? What do you know about that Yang Kai? Chang Chi frowned. He had a good relationship with Wu Yi and had often taken care of her when she was still in the family. Today, when he heard that Wu Yi had been forced to leave the family, he couldn't help feeling dissatisfied with Ba Qingyan's actions. Originally, he didn't want to express any opinions, but now that the patriarch had asked, even if he didn't want to say anything, he had no choice. After all, when Yu Feng picked up Yang Kai and Yang Kai escaped from the blood-red crystal, Chang Chi was present, so he knew more about Yang Kai's origins than anyone here. After pondering for a moment, Chang Chi briefly explained what had happened at that time. The expressions of the group changed dramatically as none of them had expected Yang Kai's origins to be so bizarre, actually escaping from a blood-red crystal. But soon, Huang Wan giggled, since we know his origins, it's much easier to handle. He may not be a nobody in the outside world, but since he came to Shadowed Star, he has no relatives or backing. Although my Haiku family isn't big, it is still a powerful force. Taking the initiative to show him goodwill, there is no reason for him to refuse. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain, where he now lives, is also one of my family's properties. What foreign elder Huang says is correct. Young people may be a bit hot-blooded, but they all love beauty. It looks like he really does have some ideas about Wu Yi. We just need to play matchmaker. Someone immediately stood up and agreed, many others nodding in agreement. That's inappropriate. Suddenly, a voice of objection sounded. Ian cast his eyes over and asked warmly, "Why does Elder Ba feel this is inappropriate?" Ian hadn't expected that the first to object would be Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan quickly said, "First, today, Yang Kai beheaded Su Jishin, and although he displayed great strength and superb combat strength, if it wasn't related to the 100 Mountains picture, the Su family may have simply swallowed this insult and turned big problems into small ones into nothing. Instead, they would have demanded some compensation from him to save some face. However, the 100 Mountains picture has already been snatched away, so even if the Su family fears Yang Kai, it is impossible for them to give up. If my family were to show goodwill to Yang Kai right now, it would definitely cause a great deal of trouble with the Su family." What is the Su family? Does my Haiku family fear his Su family? Isn't Elder Ba's fears a bit too groundless? The elder named Waluan coldly snorted. Yes, Elder Ba, the 100 Mountains picture is not in the Su family's possession, so we really don't need to fear them. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to annex the Su family's forces. As soon as this statement came out, many people were tempted. The Su family's 100 Mountains picture was something all of them were afraid of, but now that this artifact was gone, what was there to fear? If they could deal with the Su family, it would be easier for them to make friends with Yang Kai. En frowned but didn't rush to express his opinion, instead turning to Ba Qingyan and saying, "Elder Ba, please continue." Ba Qingyan glanced over at the high-spirited elders and foreign elders who couldn't wait to destroy the Su family and sneered, "You may not be afraid of the Su family, but what about Shadow Moon Hole?" Everyone gawked for a moment, but soon seemed to remember something and immediately showed looks of dread. "We and the Su family are both peripheral families of Shadow Moon Hall, so Shadow Moon Hall won't intervene in this kind of dispute, but Wu Yi is someone that Xia Hongwen has taken a fancy to. If we arbitrarily matchmake Wu Yi with Yang Kai, do you think Xia Hongwen will just ignore it? A trivial Xia Hongwen is nothing to be afraid of, but he has a father who is a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. The status of a deacon in Shadow Moon Hall is not high, but it is not something my Haiku family can afford to provoke." "What Elder Ba says is correct," En nodded. "Although Yang Kai is good, in the end, he has no foundation. He is just one person, so if we offend Xia Hongwen in order to make friends with him, it really isn't worth it. And, it seems this matter needs to be carefully considered. If we want to recruit Yang Kai, we can't afford to offend Xia Hongwen. Elder Ba, you're quite thoughtful, why don't you take another trip to Dragon Cave Mountain and see what that man wants? We can cater to his tastes. If he really has a heart for beauty, my Haiku family has many unmarried girls, a few of them no worse than Wu Yi. As long as he is willing to serve my family, a trivial few girls should be more than enough for us to afford." "Yes, Patriarch." Ba Qingyan stood up and bowed gently, thinking about it for a moment before asking, "Patriarch, how should we deal with that saint-grade artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation? Her attainments in spirit arrays shouldn't be bad." "Elder Ba, we do need an array grandmaster, but Yang Inflammation is still very young, so even if she has some attainments in spirit arrays, I'm afraid they won't be too profound. This time, the most important thing is Yang Kai." "Yes." Since the Patriarch had said so, Ba Qingyan couldn't refute, but he faintly felt that the spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation were not simple. Perhaps her value was even greater than Yang Kai's. After leaving the main hall, Ba Qingyan didn't immediately rush to Dragon Cave Mountain. He knew that Yang Kai didn't want to see him, so if he went now, he would definitely be refused entry. Moreover, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Saint King realm and was most likely in retreat to consolidate his cultivation. Consolidate his cultivation. Ba Qingyan's eyes lit up and immediately thought of something good. He hurried to the family storehouse and took out a jade box. Opening the jade box, there was a longan-sized pill inside, exuding a fragrant fragrance. If there was one thing Yang Kai needed the most right now, it should be this Saint King pill, right? Ba Qingyan smiled triumphantly and walked out of the storehouse. Inside the cave of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was in retreat while Yang Inflammation was sorting out the various materials with the assistance of Wu Yi. The materials in Kai Yang's possession were all over the place. There were all kinds of materials of various grades, and the quantity was enormous. The two women were dizzy from sorting them out, but they were also enjoying themselves. They hadn't expected Kai Yang's stockpile to be so rich. Suddenly, Wu Yi burst into laughter, her body trembling. Yang Inflammation looked at her puzzled and asked, "What are you laughing about?" Wu Yi said, "I'm laughing at Yang Kai for being too cunning." "In what way is he cunning?" Yang Inflammation asked curiously. "When I picked him up, he only had a single space ring which was stolen by Yufeng. I pitied him so I gave him a few saint crystals, but now that I think about it, he clearly had other space rings, I just didn't know where they were hidden. Otherwise, how could he have so many saint crystals and materials?" At that time, he looked at me gratefully and thanked me profusely. I thought I had done something good, but it turns out I had been deceived by him all along. "And he really is cunning," Yang Inflammation nodded. "But those saint crystals have nothing to do with him, I was the one who helped him earn them." Wu Yi was puzzled, but before she had time to ask, Yufeng, who had gone out to purchase materials, returned. "How was it?" Wu Yi asked. "Too good." Yufeng grinned. "Young miss, you don't know, but I've never enjoyed such supreme treatment. Those shops that sell materials treat me like I'm their grandfather. The feeling of spending so much money is so wonderful. There are even a few beautiful girls who are secretly throwing flirtatious glances at me." Chapter 11:29. Seeing the smug look on Yufeng's face, Wu Yi rolled her eyes. "Don't make a fool of yourself. I'm asking you about the materials you purchased." "Oh, I bought them, they're all here," Yufeng said, handing the space ring in his hand to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation took it and swept it with his divine sense before nodding. "Not bad, with these materials, I'll be able to set up a spirit array to protect this place within a month. When that time comes, no matter how many people come, we won't have to fear them." Wu Yi and Yufeng both looked at her in surprise, but soon, Wu Yi shook her head and turned to Yufeng. "What's that in your hand?" "Young Master Wu Ku sent it over and asked me to give it to Yang Kai," Yufeng explained. When he returned just now, he happened to see Wu Ku wandering around outside the cave, so he went up to ask him about it. How could he have known that Wu Ku would simply shove this jade box into his hand and say that it was something Elder Ba wanted to give to Yang Kai before disappearing without a trace? Did Elder Ba ask cousin to send it over? Wu Yi frowned slightly, seemingly thinking of something, staring at the jade box and saying, "Open it and let me see." Yufeng opened the jade box and a fragrant smell immediately wafted out from inside the cave. A Saint King pill. Wu Yi and Yufeng exclaimed at the same time. The former was secretly shocked, thinking that the family was really generous, actually bringing over the last Saint King pill from their storehouse. The latter couldn't help gulping as his eyes flashed with greed. On the other hand, young Inflammation only glanced at the Saint King pill faintly before returning to his own business. Did Elder Ba really ask cousin to bring this over? Wu Yi asked uncertainly. And where else would I have gotten it? It seems that the family intends to make friends with Yang Kai. Wu Yi murmured, immediately chuckling, and, as long as those people aren't senile, they should make friends with them. However, they only sent cousin here, it seems they have some scruples. Forget it, you send the Saint King pill over first, Yang Kai happens to need it. If it were anything else, Wu Yi might have asked Yu Feng to return it, but this Saint King pill was different. Okay. Yu Feng carefully closed the jade box and walked inside. Arriving in front of Yang Kai's stone room, he didn't even have time to speak before Yang Kai's voice sounded out, "Brother Yu, come in." Yu Feng grinned and stepped forward, handing over the jade box in his hand, and then recounting how he obtained it. A Saint King pill. Yang Kai looked at the Longan-sized pill in the jade box with amusement. As an alchemist, he naturally knew what a Saint King pill was. To break through to the Saint King realm from the Saint realm, taking a Saint King pill could help a cultivator stabilize their cultivation and state of mind. Because this pill was only effective at this stage, it was called the Saint King pill. The Saint King pill was a Saint King grade mid-rank pill. Its grade wasn't too high, but it required a lot of materials to refine. Basically, for every great realm breakthrough and consolidation, there was a corresponding pill to assist a cultivator, but because Yang Kai had the demon eye of annihilation, he had absorbed a lot of the insights of high-level cultivators into the heavenly way and martial Tao, so he had never taken pills for breakthroughs or consolidations because he didn't need them. Yang Kai didn't need them, but others did. For a cultivator, these pills were very precious. The Haiku family giving him a Saint King pill was clearly a gesture of goodwill and an attempt to win him over, something Yang Kai was well aware of. If it were anyone else, perhaps this pill really would have been effective, but they had given it to Yang Kai as a gift to the wrong person. Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he could refine such a pill in less than 2 incense sticks worth of time. He had enough spirit grasses and spirit medicines in his black book space. Seeing Yu Feng staring at the Saint King pill in his hand with a look of envy, Yang Kai put the Saint King pill back into the jade box and casually tossed it over. "You eat it." "Aw." Yu Feng was shocked, catching the jade box and waving his hand. "No, this is a gift from the family to you. On top of that, this pill is extremely precious. My Haiku family asked an alchemist to refine a few of them. Young lady took one when she broke through to the Saint King realm. As far as I know, this is the last one. Just eat it, I don't need it." Yang Kai shook his head. "But I broke through to the Saint King realm 2 or 3 years ago. If I eat this now, its efficacy will be greatly reduced." Yu Feng couldn't bear to waste such a precious pill. "Then I'll give it to you, whether you want to eat it or sell it is up to you," Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Yang, you really don't want it? If you do, I won't be able to explain it to the family. Haven't you already left the family with Wu Yi? What else do you need to explain?" Yang Kai looked at him with a funny smile. Yu Feng gawked for a moment before patting his head. "Right," seemingly remembering that he had left the family. Yu Feng's expression became a little gloomy. Yang Kai comforted him. "Leaving the Haiku family is not necessarily a bad thing. Rest assured, in the future, you will receive better cultivation conditions here than in the Haiku family." Yu Feng nodded politely. "Many thanks for Brother Yang's kindness, I don't mind, but young lady, ha." He was obviously more worried about Wu Yi and didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's words. He had seen Yang Kai's combat effectiveness, but if he said he could provide better cultivation conditions, Yu Feng didn't believe it. After Yu Feng left, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before sending out a divine sense message. A moment later, the stone mongoose emerged from the ground. After a few days of hard work, Yang Kai had collected a lot of space spirit crystals. After Yang Kai made Yang Kai spit out all of the space spirit crystals, he ordered Yang Kai to put the matter of the space spirit crystals aside for now and open up a few more stone rooms inside the cave. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were now homeless and could only live here. Their current predicament was because of him, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. The speed at which the stone mongoose opened up stone rooms was extremely fast, and its mind was very simple. When Yang Kai told it to open up a stone room, it did its best, and by the time Yang Kai told it to stop, the entire cave had undergone a great change. One after another, the stone rooms were neatly arranged on both sides of the tunnel. Every one of them was the same size, and there was no difference between them. It was as if someone had measured them with the most precise ruler. There were at least a few hundred stone rooms in the cave. Yang Kai swept the room with his divine sense and smiled wryly, ordering the stone mongoose to continue mining space spirit ore and ignoring it. While he was in retreat to consolidate his Saint King realm cultivation, Yang Kai was also refining the purple shield artifact that Yang Yan had just refined. Su Jishan's 100 Mountains picture had caused Yang Kai to suffer a bit. Su Jishan's 100 Mountains picture had caused Yang Kai to suffer a bit. Su Jishan had only summoned 6 mountain phantoms, yet they had already displayed such power. If he had summoned 100 of them, it was likely the surrounding 1,000 kilometers would have been destroyed. Yang Kai urgently needed a defensive artifact. After Yang Yan and the other two finished sorting out the materials, they were also shocked by the changes in the cave. After only a day or two, there were suddenly hundreds of stone rooms of the same size, causing Wu Yi and Yu Feng to feel like they were in a dream. They thought it was Yang Kai's handiwork but didn't notice anything strange at all. Only Yang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he realized this was the work of the stone mongoose. With so many stone rooms, Wu Yi and Yu Feng naturally chose one each to live in. Yang Yan took out some saint crystals and arranged a small spirit-gathering spirit array in each of their stone rooms, allowing them to cultivate better before busying himself with arranging the defensive spirit array. Fortunately, Wu Yi cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so although she didn't understand artifact refining, under the guidance of Yang Yan, she was able to refine some simple things. The stone mongoose was the busiest of all. It had just been sent by Yang Kai to collect space spirit crystals before being called back by Yang Yan. Tempering materials was something the stone mongoose could do quickly and efficiently, so who else could it be? Yang Yan saved a lot of time and energy. She had never enjoyed such a beautiful artifact refining process before. With the stone mongoose as her assistant, all she needed to do was shape the materials and inscribe the spirit arrays inside them. There was no need for her to do anything else. Half a month later, Yang Kai exited his retreat. As soon as he stepped out of the stone room, he immediately felt the difference outside. Originally, there was only him and Yang Yan here, followed by Wu Yi and Yu Feng, so there were only 4 people in total, but now, there were at least 40 more people in the cave. Some of them were cultivating in their stone rooms while others were helping out. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was lively. What's going on here? Yang Kai walked out suspiciously and everyone he met greeted him warmly. Yang Kai was surprised to find that he knew all of these people. Even if he didn't know their names, he was quite familiar with them. Because they were all people who had followed Wu Yi back on the starship and had helped out under the leadership of Yu Feng when the cave was being arranged. Yang Kai. Wu Yi's voice suddenly called out. Yang Kai smiled at her and walked over. After not seeing her for half a month, Wu Yi's complexion had improved greatly and the sadness between her eyebrows had disappeared. Her entire person seemed youthful and beautiful, filled with joy. These people. Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. They all came to follow me. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai apologetically, they all announced they were leaving the family. Ah! Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Wu Yi's appeal to be so strong. If there were one or two young men who admired Wu Yi and followed her, even going so far as to leave the Haikou family, that would be one thing, but there were more than 40 people here, a mix of men and women. There was no other explanation other than Wu Yi's prestige and personal charm having conquered them. Leaving the family without permission was no trivial matter, especially when so many people were doing so at the same time. It was tantamount to slapping the Haikou family in the face several dozen times. Yang Kai didn't know if the Haikou family could endure this. "I'm sorry, I didn't know things would develop like this," Wu Yi said apologetically. She had announced she was leaving the family at the time because she wanted to protect Yang Kai and because she was bitterly disappointed with the family's actions. How could she have known that she would make such a bad decision and cause more than 40 people to follow her? This had caught her off guard, but even more so, she was moved. Chapter 11:30. If you don't mind, I can take them away. Wu Yi saw Yang Kai not speaking and thought he was unhappy, so she quickly bit her red lips and offered. "Where can you take them?" Yang Kai smiled. "Since they've come here, they might as well stay. After all, this place was originally yours." "But I've already given it to you," Wu Yi said with a look of shame. "Since I gave it to you, it's yours now. Don't think too much about it. You being able to have so many followers is your own ability." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "In any case, there are many stone rooms in this cave, so it doesn't matter if more people come." "Thank you," Wu Yi said gratefully. Yang Kai shook his head and said sincerely, "I should be the one thanking you." If Wu Yi hadn't given him Dragon Cave Mountain to live in, he wouldn't have discovered the Space Spirit Crystal Mine here. Although it wasn't convenient for him to speak of it for the time being, Yang Kai would never forget such a heavy favor. Forget about these trivial people who had followed Wu Yi. Even if Wu Yi encountered a bigger problem, he would stand up for her. "You two don't need to thank each other," Yang Inflammation's voice called out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw her walking over from the side, looking somewhat tired. Although she looked haggard, her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement as she casually tossed something to Yang Kai and said, "This artifact is good, take a look and see if you want to refine it. If you don't want to refine it, sell it, we're poor now." Yang Kai caught this artifact and swept it with his divine sense, quickly discovering that it was Su Jishin's 100 Mountains picture and immediately throwing it into his space ring. "I'm not selling it." In the battle with Su Jishin, Yang Kai had obtained two of his artifacts. One was the Nether Shadow Soul Silk and the other was the 100 Mountains picture. Yang Kai hadn't had time to examine them carefully, but he knew that this 100 Mountains picture was indeed a treasure. Su Jishin had summoned 6 mountain phantoms to display such power, so if he refined it and summoned more mountain phantoms, their power would only increase. At that time, even return to void stage cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the combined might of the 100 mountain peaks. Yang Kai wasn't very interested in offensive artifacts, but he was very fond of artifacts like the 100 Mountains picture. "Then give me some saint crystals." Yang Inflammation simply stretched out his small hand. "Didn't you buy 50,000 saint crystals worth of materials last time? High-rank saint crystals at that. Have you used them all up?" Yang Kai looked at Yang Inflammation in shock. This woman was good at making money, but she was also good at squandering. "Do you think it's easy to set up a great array? Those materials are only enough to arrange a small spirit gathering array, but now that so many people have come, each of their stone rooms must be rearranged with a small spirit gathering array. Every day they cultivate, they consume a lot of saint crystals." Wu Yi waved her hand and said, "There's no need to arrange such things, they never enjoyed such treatment when they were in the family. Dragon Cave Mountain's current world energy aura isn't bad. The last time Yang Kai broke through, the world energy aura within a 30-kilometer radius of the cave had been swept clean, but after more than half a month, it had recovered somewhat. At the very least, a faint mist of world energy could be seen above the mountain peaks. There's no need to be polite with him, his wealth is beyond your imagination. Young Inflammation leaned over and whispered in Wu Yi's ear. She was the only one who knew that Yang Kai had countless space spirit crystals, so she naturally knew that Yang Kai wouldn't worry about saint crystals. Yang Kai shook his head and took out the remaining tens of thousands of high-rank saint crystals, mid-rank saint crystals, and low-rank saint crystals from his space ring, leaving only 1,000 for himself. Wu Yi will be our Dragon Cave Mountains treasurer from now on, so she'll be in charge of our finances. I have to arrange the spirit gathering array, so I don't have much time. If you need to buy anything, I'll let you know. If you don't have enough saint crystals, just tell Yang Kai and he'll get them. Young Inflammation stuffed a space ring filled with countless saint crystals into Wu Yi's hands. Ah! Wu Yi froze for a moment, not having expected that Yang Inflammation would ask for saint crystals from Yang Kai in order to transfer them to her. But soon, she understood that Yang Inflammation was clearly trying to find something for her to do, so she wouldn't let her imagination run wild. Thinking so, Wu Yi was moved and didn't refuse, quickly nodding, "You can rest assured, every piece of saint crystal in my hands will have a clear place to go." Wu Yi had always wanted to take charge of the Haiku family and had managed a few things for the family over the years, so now, managing a trivial group of 40 people was nothing difficult for her. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he understood Yang Inflammation's intentions, quietly giving her a thumbs up. Yang Inflammation grinned, "My defensive array is about to be completed, but Yang Kai, you really need to collect more saint crystals. If you want to secure this 1,000-kilometer perimeter, the current spirit gathering array won't be enough. The current spirit gathering array can only protect a 10-kilometer radius around our cave." Yang Kai naturally understood the meaning behind her words. The space spirit crystal load was of great importance. The stone mongoose had been collecting for so many days now and was still collecting, so no one knew just how amazing the reserves beneath it were. No matter what, Yang Kai had to protect this place. What's more, Yang Kai also intended to stay here and use it as a springboard to make a name for himself. Nodding, Yang Kai said, "Don't worry about saint crystals, I'll find a way." Yang Inflammation glanced at him with some worry, "Be careful." She thought that Yang Kai would sell space spirit crystals if he was really forced to, but how could she have known that Yang Kai had no such thoughts at all? "By the way, Yang Kai, Elder Ba from the family has been coming over every day, saying he has something to discuss with you, but since you were in retreat, he couldn't come in. He came again today and is still outside." Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai slightly uneasily. "That Ba Qingyan. What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at her, "If you want me to see him, I'll see him, but if you don't, I'll send him away now." "I don't know." Wu Yi shook her head, clenching her fists as a look of struggle appeared on her face. "Then let me ask you, do you still want to return to the Haiku family?" "I don't." This time, Wu Yi didn't hesitate and decisively shook her head, smiling self-deprecatingly. "Before, I thought that although the family was small and weak, we all had a common goal. For this goal, even if I had to give up my life, it didn't matter, but now, I really don't want to go back. My parents are no longer alive, and the family has given me a great deal of care, but I've also contributed a lot to the family over the years. Even if I haven't paid it all back, I'm close. I know, I'll go see him and make things clear so he won't bother you in the future." Wu Yi gently nodded. Ba Qingyan had been here for 4 consecutive days now. He knew that Yang Kai was in retreat to consolidate his cultivation, so he had been waiting patiently until he felt it was about time to come to Dragon Cave Mountain. However, every time he came, he would never be able to see Yang Kai's face. Ba Qingyan couldn't be too arrogant and could only wait patiently, watching his family's disciples come and go every day. It wasn't until today that a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the cave. Ba Qingyan smiled happily as he immediately recognized this person as the young man who had killed Su Zhishan that day. Cupping his fists, he said, "Congratulations, little friend Yang. Little friend Yang's aura is quite profound. It seems that your harvest this time was not small. Little friend Yang is truly talented. It only took you such a short time to consolidate your cultivation. This old man is truly impressed." Yang Kai glanced over at him faintly, knowing that he was referring to the Saint King pill. Generally speaking, it would take a long time for an average person to consolidate their cultivation, but taking a pill could shorten this process. Ba Qingyan didn't mention the Saint King pill, but he felt that Yang Kai should be well aware of it. How could he have known that Yang Kai wasn't willing to pay attention to him at all? Forget about the Saint King pill, even if he had, so what? A trivial Saint King grade mid-rank pill, could it be that he couldn't afford it? If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing that you are a former elder of Wu Yi's family, I'll give you 30 breaths of time, no more. Ba Qingyan almost choked to death upon hearing Yang Kai's words. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai wouldn't even bother to invite him in, so for a moment, Ba Qingyan couldn't help feeling like his warm face had been pressed against Yang Kai's cold ass, causing his old face to flush red. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid he couldn't beat Yang Kai, Ba Qingyan would have exploded on the spot. Fortunately, this old man's mental fortitude wasn't bad, so he quickly suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled. The shocking battle half a month ago really opened this old master's eyes. This old master had never imagined that there would be someone as powerful as little friend Yang in this world. Little friend Yang's aptitude is comparable to that of Shadow Moon Hall's Wei Guchang, Heaven Battling Union's Chu Chang Feng, and Thunder Typhoon Sec's Fang Tianzhong. Yang Kai looked at him coldly but didn't interrupt him, simply waiting for him to finish before saying expressionlessly, "You have 20 breaths left." Ba Qingyan's face twitched a few times. This Yang Kai was simply too stubborn. Ba Qingyan had already pulled down his old face to praise him. Shouldn't he at least show some modesty? Even if he didn't show any modesty, he should at least show the arrogance and pride of a young man. Flattery wasn't easy for Ba Qingyan, yet he still had to do it at such an old age. It was said that young people became arrogant, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Yang Kai's arrogance was simply boundless. Seemingly understanding Yang Kai's temperament, Ba Qingyan's expression immediately became serious and he didn't waste any time, directly asking, "My Haiku family intends to marry off a few unmarried girls to little friend Yang Kai. I wonder if little friend Yang Kai is already married?" "Not interested." Yang Kai still wore a cold expression. "Ah. Little friend Yang Kai, it's like this. You killed Su Zhishan of the Su family and snatched his 100 Mountains picture, so the Su family won't let this matter rest. My Haiku family is willing to take responsibility for little friend Yang Kai's troubles. As long as little friend Yang Kai agrees to live with my family is willing to hire little friend Yang Kai as a foreign elder and enjoy the same treatment." "Not interested." "Little friend Yang Kai, please let this old man finish speaking." Ba Qingyan secretly complained in his heart, wondering what kind of job he had taken on. He had never met someone as difficult to deal with as Yang Kai. No matter what he said, Yang Kai's only response was that he wasn't interested. "Little friend Yang Kai, you have offended the Su family and killed Su Zhishan, so the next time the Su family comes, it won't be just 1 or 2 people. For the 100 Mountains picture, they may come in full force. Without the protection of my Haiku family, how can a trivial mountain like you resist? Even if you aren't afraid of them, what about the girl next to you? When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. Little friend Yang Kai should understand, right?" Now is not the time to act rashly. If you want to protect yourself and that girl, my Haiku family is willing to do its part. Chapter 1131. Ba Qingyan felt that he was already trying his best to persuade Yang Kai. If it had been someone else, how could he have been so blunt? He was a worldly man who was well versed in human relations, so he naturally knew what to say and what not to say when negotiating with others. Only when facing Yang Kai did he put forward all of his family's conditions because he found that this young man's temper and patience were not good. Perhaps it was because of Wu Yi that Ba Qingyan had a bad impression of him. If he continued to beat around the bush, he was afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to speak. Seeing how sincere he was, Ba Qingyan thought that as long as Yang Kai had a bit of brain, he wouldn't refuse these proposals. So, after he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. "You have 5 breaths left." Yang Kai still remained indifferent, not showing the slightest hesitation. Ba Qingyan's expression changed a few times before he steeled his heart and grit his teeth. "Little friend, my Haiku family and the Su family are both peripheral forces of Shadow Moon Hole. Although there are many frictions between us, we can still be considered allies. We once agreed to advance and retreat together, live and die together. If not for this, a small force like ours would have already been swallowed whole by Shadow Moon Hole. Does little friend wish to reconsider?" These words clearly contained a hint of threat, meaning that if Yang Kai didn't rely on the protection of his Haiku family, once the Su family joined forces with the Haiku family, perhaps Yang Kai would have to face the hostility of these two forces. Yang Kai nodded. "Come, I'll see if you can return after you come." Saying so, without waiting for Ba Qingyan to respond, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the cave. Ba Qingyan trembled with anger. Although his strength wasn't very high, he was still an elder of the Haiku family. Now that he had been ordered to recruit Yang Kai, how could he have imagined that this little brat would be so arrogant and domineering, not even giving him a chance? Does he really think he's a big shot? A trivial Saint King realm cultivator, even if his combat power was high, would he be able to resist all the masters of the Su family? "You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness, little friend." Ba Qingyan was also angered by Yang Kai's attitude and said in a low voice, "Dragon Cave Mountain is the property of my Haiku family, outsiders are not welcome here. Little friend should choose another place to live." Yang Kai, who had just reached the entrance of the cave, immediately turned around and looked at Ba Qingyan coldly. Ba Qingyan showed no fear and simply sneered, "I know this place was given to you by Wu Yi before, but now that Wu Yi has announced her separation from the family, she no longer has the right to give Dragon Cave Mountain away unless she returns to the family to receive punishment. But even so, this place still belongs to my Haiku family. An outsider has no right to point fingers here. In addition, all the family disciples who came here will be punished." Scram! Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, his spiritual energy bursting out like a tide. Ba Qingyan snorted as his face paled. He was sent flying backwards, vomiting a mouthful of blood mid-air. After landing, his face was filled with shock and fear. He was a third-order Saint King cultivator, but in terms of soul cultivation, he was actually inferior to Yang Kai, who had just broken through to the first-order Saint King realm. With just a single blow, he had been injured and his knowledge sea had been shaken. If this little brat wanted to take his life, wouldn't it have been easy? "I won't kill you this time, but go back and tell your Haiku family that if you dare cause trouble for me again, I'll slaughter your Haiku family. Wu Yi and the others are with me right now, so Dragon Cave Mountain is also mine. Anyone who sets foot within 50 kilometers of this place without my permission is my enemy, so don't blame me for showing no mercy." "You!" Ba Qingyan pointed at Yang Kai, his fingers trembling as anger filled his heart, almost causing him to cough up blood again. Not daring to remain any longer, he summoned his star shuttle and quickly fled. Outside the cave, when the cultivator who had followed Wu Yi heard Ba Qingyan say that all the disciples who came here would be punished, all of them wore gloomy expressions. They had long heard about the family's family law and knew that it was not something ordinary people could bear. 7 out of 10 people who were subjected to the family law would become crippled, 2 would die, and 1 would be forced to lie in bed for the rest of their life, unable to take care of themselves. But in the blink of an eye, Elder Ba Qingyan, who was always high and mighty, had been injured and coughed up blood before running away, no longer daring to mention the family law again. They didn't even understand what had happened, all of them staring at Yang Kai in a daze, their eyes filled with admiration and even some excitement. They had all left the family because of the unfair treatment Wu Yi had suffered, so they had long been dissatisfied with Ba Qingyan's decision to impose the family law on Wu Yi. Now that they saw Ba Qingyan being taught a lesson, they were naturally happy. These low-level cultivator only felt fear towards Elder Ba, not respect. Whether Ba Qingyan lived or died, they didn't care, all they cared about was Wu Yi. Back in the cave, Yang Kai found Wu Yi's expression very sad and comforted her. Don't worry, as long as you don't want to return to the family, they won't be able to take you away. I'm not worried about myself, it's just that Yang Kai, you went a bit too far this time. Although Elder Ba's words were somewhat awkward, what he said was the truth. The Haiku family did have an agreement with the Su family. Once the Su family used that agreement, even if the Haiku family didn't want to, they would have no choice but to join forces with them. Coupled with the way you treated Elder Ba today, I'm afraid the family really will join forces with the Su family. I have my own way, this place won't be touched by others and none of you will suffer any harm. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of 2 small families. He still had nearly 100 drops of golden blood, so if the other side really had too many people, he could sacrifice a single drop of golden blood and kill any number of Saint Kings who came. Yang Kai had already tested the power of his golden blood and knew that ordinary Saint Kings couldn't resist it. After all, a single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of cultivation. However, this kind of thing was too precious, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai wasn't willing to use it. That's right, as long as I'm here, forget about the entire Su family, even if a few origin returning realm masters come, they won't be able to do anything to us, Yang Inflammation suddenly interjected. Yang Kai and Wu Yi both stared at her in amazement, not knowing where she got her confidence from. Yang Inflammation smiled mysteriously, there are still 3 days left, just wait and see. Seeing her confident look, Yang Kai suddenly looked forward to it. He also wanted to know how powerful the defensive spirit array Yang Inflammation had arranged was after spending so many precious materials. Seemingly infected by Yang Inflammation, the haze on Wu Yi's face was swept away and she began to talk and laugh. Although the number of people on Dragon Cave Mountain was small, everything was stable. Wu Yi was in charge of the finances and materials while the 40 or so people under her were all busy helping out. Yang Inflammation was leading the stone mongoose to refine materials and arrange the spirit array. When Yang Kai returned to his stone room again, he was surprised to find that there was a new stone door in front of him. This stone door was very well made and when it was closed, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he couldn't hear anything from the outside. This stone door seemed to have a soundproofing effect, and not only that, it also seemed to prevent others from using their divine sense to probe inside, allowing him to use his own divine sense. This was actually quite good. Yang Kai was certain that this stone door was a treasure created by Yang Inflammation. With this stone door, it would be much easier for him to enter retreat in the future. At the very least, no one outside would be able to disturb him or see what he was doing inside. Yang Inflammation had said that he wanted to raise Saint Crystals himself, not only to arrange the spirit array for Dragon Cave Mountain, but also to bring so many people. Although they had nothing to do with Yang Kai, having more people was still better. Since they had all left their families to come here for Wu Yi, it was tantamount to helping him, so Yang Kai couldn't treat them unfairly. In the future, all the Saint Crystals, pills, and artifacts they needed to cultivate would cost money. If he wanted to accumulate a large number of Saint Crystals in a short time, selling Space Spirit Crystals was the most effective way, but it was also the stupidest way. Yang Kai wouldn't do such a thing. Once a large number of Space Spirit Crystals flowed out from here, it would inevitably attract the attention of others. Since he couldn't sell Space Spirit Crystals, Yang Kai could only start with pills. Yang Kai was an alchemist, so he had never had to worry about money. There were countless spirit grasses and spirit medicines inside the Black Book space. Some of these materials were taken from Rainfall Star's Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce warehouse, some were collected from the floating continent, some were spoils of war he obtained from killing others, and some were collected by Gui Che and the others in that mysterious place. The number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines Yang Kai possessed was almost comparable to the reserves of a medium-sized great force, and there were even Origin Grade and Origin King Grade herbs in his possession. Taking out some herbs, Yang Kai then took out his pill furnace and concentrated on refining pills in his stone room. Now that his strength had improved, his alchemy level seemed to have broken through a bottleneck. Yang Kai tried to refine a few Saint King high-rank pills and found that they weren't too difficult to refine. Although the probability of pill veins appearing wasn't too high, it was still close to 1 in 5. And as time passed, this probability continued to increase, gradually reaching 1 in 4, then 1 in 3. Yang Kai secretly estimated that he should now be an Origin Grade low-rank alchemist, which meant he could refine Origin Grade low-rank pills. However, if he tried to forcibly refine them, he might fail, and once he failed, he would lose Origin Grade materials. Yang Kai didn't need many pills himself, he was mainly performing alchemy to sell them for money. A Saint Grade high-rank pill with pill veins was even more expensive than an ordinary Origin Grade low-rank pill, so he didn't waste any Origin Grade materials and only refined Saint King Grade pills. Forgetting to eat and sleep, Yang Kai immersed himself in the world of alchemy. Through alchemy, his Saint King realm cultivation became more and more stable. Saint King Grade pills were constantly being produced from Yang Kai's hands, filling up one jade bottle after another, creating a festive scene. When other alchemists performed alchemy, they would need a long time to recover, but Yang Kai didn't need to. His spiritual energy was extremely powerful, and with the nourishment of the 6-colored soul-warming lotus all year round, his spiritual energy was far stronger than an ordinary person's. The amount of spiritual energy he consumed in alchemy was basically equal to the recovery rate of the soul-warming lotus. Chapter 1132. 3 days later, while Yang Kai was in the middle of performing alchemy, he suddenly heard Yang Yen shout excitedly, "Combine!" The next moment, the ground began to shake and the stones inside the stone room began to fall. Soon, everything stabilized and loud cheers came from outside. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled. Tidying up his pill furnace, the herbs, and the refined pills, he walked out curiously. As soon as he left the cave, Yang Kai saw several dozen people standing outside, seemingly having encountered some kind of joyous occasion. Even Wu Yi, who had been in a very low mood, was smiling brightly while Yang Yen was even more so, wearing a smug expression as if she was the sole ruler of this world. Yu Feng stood to the side, flattering Yang Kai to the point where he couldn't stand it, but both of them were shameless and didn't have the slightest self-awareness. What's going on? Yang Kai stood next to Wu Yi and asked. Oh, Yang Yan arranged the defensive spirit array, Wu Yi replied with a smile. Is it done? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, but didn't find anything special outside. In fact, it could even be said that there was no difference, but Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something different about this place. As for what exactly was different, he couldn't put his finger on it. Yang Kai's expression immediately became dignified as he found that he seemed to have underestimated Yang Yan's attainments in spirit arrays. The defensive spirit array she arranged was something he couldn't understand at all. Yang Yan, how powerful is your defensive spirit array? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and beckoned her over. Do you want to go in and try? Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a sly light as she urged Yang Kai, go in, I'll let you see it clearly. Yang Kai looked at her for a moment before shaking his head. If I go in, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? That's hard to say. Aren't you very powerful? You can even kill third-order Saint Kings, maybe you can easily break my spirit array. Yang Yan shook her head, pretending to be mysterious. Yang Kai smiled and observed more attentively. Spirit arrays couldn't be understood with common sense. Yang Kai could indeed kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, but once he fell into a profound spirit array, there was no way to ascend to the heavens or enter the earth. Although Yang Inflammation said it ambiguously, anyone could see her confidence. Yang Kai was sure that once he entered, he would definitely make a fool of himself. With so many pairs of eyes staring at him, he would not do such an embarrassing thing. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be observing, Yang Yan curled her lips but didn't care. She had great confidence in the spirit array she had arranged. If one wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, once they fell into it, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Unfortunately, time was running out and she didn't have enough materials. The spirit array she arranged now could only defend and not kill. If she had enough time and materials, she could turn the entire Dragon Cave Mountain into a restricted area. Anyone who entered the 1,000-kilometer radius around Dragon Cave Mountain without her permission would become a lamb to the slaughter. Yang Kai obviously didn't understand spirit arrays, so it would be strange if he could see through them. Yang Yan wasn't worried at all. Yang Kai really couldn't see any clues. When his spiritual energy fell into this spirit array, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause even the slightest ripple. This surprised him greatly. The space in front of him seemed to be able to swallow his divine sense. One had to know that his spiritual energy was different from that of ordinary people. Although he had just broken through to the Saint King realm, his soul was definitely no weaker than an origin returning realm master, yet even his divine sense couldn't detect anything. It was obvious how profound this spirit array was. His expression becoming more dignified, Yang Kai steeled his heart and forced out a drop of blood from his fingertip before wiping it on his left eye. Since refining Great Demon God's Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai had only used it once, and that was when he was dealing with the Bone Race Master on Tongxian Realm. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would have to use it again to spy on Yang Inflammation. The drop of golden blood merged into his left eye and in an instant, Yang Kai's left eye turned golden. This golden light was filled with majesty and seemed capable of swallowing one's soul. Standing beside Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi instinctively shrank back, not knowing why they felt a chill run down their spines. Using his Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai finally discovered some traces of this spirit array. The Demon Eye of Annihilation was something Great Demon God was born with and could be said to be extremely profound, capable of seeing through all illusions in the world. Yang Inflammation's spirit array was indeed well hidden, but it wasn't completely undetectable. Looking around, Yang Kai could see that in a radius of nearly 1,000 meters around the cave, there was a subtle flow of energy. This kind of energy was invisible to the naked eye and couldn't be detected by one's divine sense, but it couldn't escape the perception of the demon eye of annihilation. Yang Kai felt a dangerous aura from this flow of energy. Yang Kai could see some clues, but that didn't mean he could break this spirit array. Secretly shocked, Yang Kai's evaluation of yang inflammation immediately rose to a new height. He found that this little girl he had brought back was not only a treasure, but a rare gem. Yang Kai, are you going in or not? Hurry up, I also want to know the power of my spirit array. Yang Inflammation saw that Yang Kai wasn't moving and couldn't help urging him. Yang Kai took back his demon eye of annihilation and shook his head with a smile. I'm not going to look for trouble, but the person to test the power of my spirit array has arrived. Saying so, he suddenly raised his head and stared into the distance. Who's here? Yang Inflammation asked puzzledly. The Su family. Wu Yi's pretty face sank as she also noticed a group of people quickly approaching from the distance. After seeing the appearance of their leader, she couldn't help calling out, the Su family's patriarch, Su Jikuin, the 5 great elders, and the 4 foreign elders have all arrived. Not a small lineup, Yang Kai sneered. The grievances between him and the Su family were really inexplicable. He had just gone to Heavenly Fate City to buy some things, and Yang Inflammation had been molested by the waste young master of the Su family. As a result, things had escalated to such an extent. However, since there was enmity between them, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Yang Kai, don't underestimate these people. Although Su Jishin's strength in the Su family is good, he isn't the strongest. I heard that the Su family's patriarch, Su Jikuin, is about to break through to the origin returning realm, so he is definitely much stronger than Su Jishin. The other elders and foreign elders are also third-order Saint Kings. With so many of them coming together. Wu Yi reminded him worriedly. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful, in the end, even a tiger couldn't resist a pack of wolves. The Su family had sent out all of their elites this time, so they obviously wouldn't give up. I'm not underestimating them, but the Haiku family actually came as well. Interesting. Yang Kai stared coldly towards the other side of the group. Over there, a group of people was also quickly flying over. This lineup was not inferior to the Su families, all of them were Saint King grade cultivators, and there were quite a few third-order cultivators as well. Wu Yi followed Yang Kai's gaze and her face paled as she muttered, Patriarch is also here. The people from these two families had clearly agreed to come together. The Su family's Yang Kai wasn't going to let them off easily, but Yang Kai didn't know what the Haiku family's stance on this matter would be. Last time, Yang Kai had driven away Ba Qing Yan, causing the Haiku family to lose face, so perhaps the Haiku family would also stand on the same side as the Su family. If this really happened, regardless of whether they were from the Wu Yi family or not, Yang Kai wouldn't show any mercy. Yang Kai was grateful to Wu Yi, but he didn't have a good impression of the Haiku family. The people of the two clans quickly gathered together. It was unknown what they were discussing, but they actually stood there and did not leave. After a while, the two sides seemed to have reached some kind of disagreement and began arguing. The Su family's patriarch, Su Jikuin, angrily waved his sleeve and led the Su family's masters towards the cave while the Haiku family's people stood far away, not moving. Seeing this scene, Wu Yi couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. She really didn't know what she would do if the patriarch and elders had come together. In any case, she was once a member of the Haiku family, and now the elders and foreign elders were under the leadership of the patriarch. Although they didn't seem to have good intentions, in the end, they didn't approach this place. This was the result Wu Yi hoped to see the most. Even Yu Feng and the several dozen cultivators seemed to have put down a big stone in their hearts and relaxed greatly. Qing Yan, you know Yang Kai's strength best, what do you think will happen to him this time? Patriarch Yan of the Haikou family turned to the pale Ba Qingyan and asked. A few days ago, Ba Qingyan had been injured by Yang Kai and had returned to the Haikou family, causing all the elders and foreign elders to be shocked. They had tried to overestimate Yang Kai as much as possible, but it seemed they had still underestimated his strength. According to Ba Qingyan's description, Yang Kai's soul cultivation was no weaker than an origin returning realm master. They didn't know how Yang Kai cultivated, but this only further proved that this young man wasn't simple. Even though they wanted to recruit him, Yang Kai's attitude still made them very angry. This time, the Su family had joined forces with them to find trouble with Yang Kai, but Ian hadn't given them a clear answer. Even after arriving here, he didn't continue to move forward, simply standing here and waiting for the situation to develop. It seemed like he was just going to stand by and watch, but that wasn't necessarily the case. Hearing Ian's question, Ba Qingyan's expression became gloomy as he said, although he is very strong, I don't think he can win against the Su family. For the 100 Mountains picture, almost all of the Su family's top masters have come. Even if he can kill one or two of them, 2 fists are no match for 4. He will undoubtedly die. That's good. Ian's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Patriarch, why don't we go up? Since that Yang Kai is going to die, and his attitude towards our family is extremely bad, there is no need to recruit him. If we go up, we can sell the Su family a favor. Perhaps we can even snatch the 100 Mountains picture when Yang Kai dies. The elder named Waluan asked in a low voice. Yes, Patriarch, the Su family lost the 100 Mountains picture this time. If we can snatch it back, even if we can't keep it, we can ask them for a lot of materials. For the 100 Mountains picture, I think the Su family will definitely be generous, foreign elder Huang Wan also said, obviously thinking this was a good deal. Patriarch wouldn't be thinking of waiting for them to fight until both sides are injured before reaping the benefits, right? Someone with a more flexible mind thought of a great possibility. Chapter 1133. The Haikou family and the Su family had always been equal in strength, but now that Su Zhishan had died and the 100 Mountains picture which they feared the most had been lost, the current Su family should be slightly weaker than the Haikou family. If Yang Kai could kill a few more of the Su family Saint Kings, perhaps the Haikou family would be able to wipe them out and completely annex the Su family's forces. Considering all this, many people's hearts began to burn, secretly thinking that the Patriarch was truly the Patriarch of the Haikou family. His vision really was far more farsighted. They only wanted to exchange the 100 Mountains picture for benefits from the Su family. How could they see such a great opportunity? Ian didn't care what they thought and simply said lightly, "Do you only see immediate benefits?" Patriarch means. Everyone looked at Ian suspiciously. Ian sighed, "Why is my Haikou family just a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hole? It's because we aren't strong enough, because we don't have a powerful master. If we had an origin returning realm master, I believe Shadow Moon Hall would reconsider the status of my family." Many of the elders and foreign elders frowned, not knowing what Ian was thinking, but Chang Chi's expression changed as he began to ponder. "What do you think? If we were to recruit this Yang Kai into the family, with his aptitude, would he be able to break through to the origin returning realm?" "Ah. Patriarch wants to recruit him. But that little brat is too arrogant." Waluan exclaimed while shaking his head, "I don't think such a thorn will be easy to recruit." "Yes, Patriarch, he's just a first-order Saint King right now. It will likely take him several dozen years to break through to the origin returning realm. Who knows what will happen in a few dozen years?" Ba Qingyan also spoke up. He had been repeatedly humiliated by Yang Kai, and although he knew he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, he couldn't swallow his resentment, so how could he still think about recruiting him? En shook his head and quickly said, according to Qin Yan, this time Yang Kai will definitely die, but he will definitely be able to drag a few of the Su family's people down with him. We only need to act at a critical moment and save Yang Kai. If that little brat understands the situation, he will definitely serve me and pledge allegiance to my family. If he surrenders, wouldn't the 100 Mountains picture belong to my Haiku family? Everyone's eyes lit up. Chang Chi, who hadn't spoken so far, thought for a moment before he spoke. Patriarch, what if he refuses to surrender? Ian sneered. He will. Between life and death, I think he will make a wise choice. Patriarch's family, Ba Qin Yan's father asked Luan family's family. The Su family. Ian's eyes flashed with disdain. So what if I offend the Su family? After today, there's families will know family's family. As soon as they heard this, all the elders and foreign elders instantly understood what Ian was thinking and couldn't help drawing a sharp breath. The patriarch didn't just want to take advantage of Yang Kai's crisis to show him favor and recruit him, he also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Su family's elites. The patriarch not only took a fancy to Yang Kai, but also the 100 Mountains picture and the Su family's people. For a time, many people were sweating profusely, but they were also extremely excited. As long as that little brat is willing to surrender, I can use all of the family's wealth to purchase pills for him. With his aptitude, as long as he has enough pills, I think it won't take him more than 10 years to break through to the origin returning realm. Ian said so, as if a beautiful picture had been unfurled in front of his eyes, making him seem dozens of years younger. Once he reaches the origin returning realm, the status of my Haiku family will rise and we will be able to enter the inner layer of Shadow Moon Hole. When that time comes, would we still need to worry about not receiving rewards? Everyone was stunned. They naturally knew that if one used pills to increase one's cultivation regardless of the consequences, it was indeed possible to promote a Saint King realm cultivator to the origin returning realm within 10 years, but at the same time, that person would become a cripple. Using pills to increase one's cultivation would result in impure results, and even a genius would become mediocre. But what did this have to do with them? Yang Kai was just an outsider who was picked up by Wu Yi from the star field. Even if he was a genius, he wasn't a member of the Haiku family. If he became a cripple, then so be it. As long as he could bring benefits to the family, any price was worth it. Patriarch's foresight is truly admirable. Ba Qin Yan bowed respectfully. He really admired his patriarch's strategy. This was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If successful, not only would the family's reputation be preserved, but they would also be able to annex the Su family and recruit Yang Kai. 10 years later, the family's future would be smooth and they would no longer need to struggle at the bottom. The elders and foreign elders also quickly expressed their admiration for the patriarch's wisdom. Only Chang Chi and Howen, who Yang Kai had met before, glanced at each other and sighed. On the other side, the Su family masters led by Su Jikuan arrived a few dozen meters outside the cave, but as soon as they stepped into the area covered by the spirit array arranged by Yang Yan, all of them frowned. Inexplicably, a feeling of uneasiness rose from the bottom of their hearts, but when they looked around, they couldn't find anything out of place. Patriarch, that's the one who killed third elder. A Saint King came to Su Jikuan's side and pointed to Yang Kai from afar. Su Jikuan's eyes narrowed as clear murderous intent overflowed from his body. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he frowned and asked, "Didn't you say he was only a third-order saint? Why is he a first-order Saint King?" "Ah!" The man who spoke just now exclaimed, "But that day, waste. You can't even tell what his cultivation is, what use are you?" Although Su Jikuan was reprimanding them, he actually felt a lot more at ease in his heart. He had received a report from the masters of his family that a third-order saint had killed Su Jishin and snatched the 100 Mountains picture, but he couldn't believe it. But now, he discovered that this little brat was clearly a first-order Saint King, allowing him to calm down. Because they wanted to take advantage of the conflict between Yang Kai and the Su family, the Haiku family hadn't said a word about Yang Kai's breakthrough or even how he had injured Ba Qing Yen, all in order to make the Su family suffer. Naturally, Su Jikuan thought the information he received was wrong. Although it was possible that this young man had broken through in the past few days, that possibility was simply too low. A third-order saint killing a third-order Saint King was something Su Jikuan couldn't accept, but if Yang Kai was a first-order Saint King, it would make sense. After all, there was always a bottom line for fighting above one's realm. Instinctively, Su Jikuan felt that the cultivator who had fled back to his family must have been too frightened to notice that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation. "You're the bastard Yang Kai who injured my nephew Tianze and killed my third brother Jishin." Su Jikuan shouted sharply, "Who gave you the courage to kill my Su family elders?" Su Jikuan's roar caused the several dozen cultivator behind Wu Yi's back to pale, all of them taking out their artifacts and vigilantly preparing for the arrival of a great enemy. Even Wu Yi and Yu Feng pushed their Saint Qi, preparing to act at a moment's notice. Yang Kai took a step forward and sneered, "Are you the Su family's patriarch?" "It is this old master. I didn't go looking for you, but you delivered yourself to my doorstep. Good, since you've come, there's no need for you to leave." The cultivator who had just spoken to Su Jikuan trembled and immediately took a few steps back. He clearly remembered that the last time Su Jishin had come here, this young man had said the same thing, but the result was that Su Jishin had died. This sentence was like a death sentence, causing this cultivator to instinctively feel fear. If the patriarch, elders, and foreign elders weren't here, this cultivator would have immediately fled. Perceiving this cultivator's abnormality, Su Jikuan stared at him coldly, grit his teeth, and shouted, "Junior, don't be so arrogant. Hand over my Su family's 100 Mountains picture and cripple your own Dantian, and this old master can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame this old master for bullying you." Su Jikuan couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces, so how could he let Yang Kai die so easily? He was prepared to torture this young man to appease his waste son's soul in heaven. "Enough nonsense, if you want to fight then fight, I don't have time to waste with you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Good, good, good." Su Jikuan saw Yang Kai acting so domineering and angrily laughed, shouting, "Then as you wish." As soon as his voice fell, Su Jikuan spread his wings and rushed towards Yang Kai. The dozen or so third-order Saint King Su family elders and foreign elders followed closely behind Su Jikuan, obviously preparing to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible. No matter what cultivation Yang Kai had, since he could kill Su Jishin, it meant that his combat strength was extraordinary, so how could Su Jikuan underestimate him? He had long since made up his mind to not give Yang Kai any chance to resist. The Haiku family cultivators who were watching from a distance saw the Su family swarm over and were so shocked their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. "Aren't they too shameless?" Waluan shouted. Just a moment ago, Su Jikuan had said that he didn't want to bully the weak, but in the blink of an eye, not only were they bullying the weak, they were even bullying him with numbers. The Su family's face was really thick. How could that little brat survive like this? "Patriarch, what should we do?" Huang Wan frowned, obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. Ian's expression changed. To be honest, he hadn't expected the Su family's anger to be so fierce, all of them rushing over as soon as they arrived. Even if he brought his people over now, it would be too late. Letting out a sigh, Ian seemed to be comforting himself. If that Yang Kai really can't escape, then it's not worth recruiting him, but, let's go take a look. perhaps he won't die anytime soon. Just as these words were spoken, all the Haiku family cultivators were stunned, all of them showing looks of disbelief. Because they found that when the dozen or so third-order Saint Kings from the Su family rushed over, Yang Kai actually didn't move and instead just sneered. The next moment, in front of the cave, a 1,000-meter area suddenly filled with fog, making it impossible to see anything. The dozen or so Su family cultivators and Yang Kai's figures all disappeared. The Haiku family cultivators sent out a dozen divine senses to investigate almost at the same time, but none of them were able to penetrate the fog and see what was happening inside. A spirit array! En exclaimed in horror, his body trembling, while the other elders and foreign elders also felt their scalps go numb as their eyes went blank. Spirit arrays weren't terrifying. What was terrifying was that even their divine senses couldn't see through them. The person who arranged this spirit array must have had extremely high attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays. There is actually an array grandmaster here. Chapter 1134. As soon as Yang Inflammation's spirit array was activated, Yang Kai knew that the Su family was finished. The dense fog enveloped an area with a radius of 1,000 meters. Although his line of sight was somewhat obstructed, and even his divine sense was blocked as if it had fallen into a swamp, at least he could still see the figures of the Su family. However, the dozen or so Su family third-order Saint Kings all had panicked looks on their faces. Yang Kai was clearly standing not far away from them, but they didn't seem to notice him, instead looking around vigilantly and fearfully, a few of them even running around like headless flies, quickly arriving at Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai, the current spirit array doesn't have the ability to kill enemies. If you want to kill them, you'll have to do it yourself. Yang Inflammation's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Yang Kai grinned, understood. As soon as his voice fell, a dark cloud of fire suddenly roared out, like a roaring fire dragon, and flew towards the nearest Su family elder. The Su family elder was still in a state of dizziness, and although he was extremely vigilant, it wasn't until the fire cloud arrived in front of him that he realized something was wrong. Pushing his strength, he fiercely attacked the fire cloud. However, when he poured his Saint Chi into the fire cloud, he couldn't weaken it in the slightest. On the contrary, the fire cloud seemed to be adding fuel to the fire, causing it to burn even more fiercely, like an ancient dragon that was about to swallow him whole. Black flames. The Su family elder roared in horror before he died. He learned from the cultivator who had fled back to the Su family that Su Jishin had been burned to death by these black flames, and that even the 100 Mountains picture couldn't resist the power of these flames. His strength wasn't as good as Su Jishin's, nor did he have a powerful artifact like the 100 Mountains picture, so how could he resist these flames? In the next moment, the Su family elder was burned to a crisp, the Saint King grade mid-rank artifact armor he was wearing unable to provide any protection at all. Fifth elder, what happened? Just 10 meters away from the elder, a middle-aged man shouted. He had clearly heard the fifth elder's voice, but when he asked, the fifth elder didn't respond. A strong uneasiness rose in his heart, and when he turned around, he suddenly saw a young man standing behind him, sneering at him, his smile full of ridicule and disdain. "It's you." He recognized Yang Kai at a glance and without even thinking about it, immediately summoned his long whip artifact and sent out countless whip shadows towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly took a step back. What shocked the man was that with this small step, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. The countless whip shadows swept through the air, as if Yang Kai had never appeared there. The middle-aged man suddenly felt the blood and qi in his chest roiling, and a sweet, fishy smell spread out. He knew it was not good, he had been counterattacked by his own attack. Before he could stabilize his mind, he suddenly felt his neck being gripped by a large hand, and a scorching power surged out of that hand. A horrifying thought appeared in his mind, and his body quickly burned. He only had time to let out a scream before he died. Yang Kai threw away the corpse in his hand, turned his head, and stared at another Su family expert not far from him, and walked over leisurely. A few breaths later, the blood-curdling screams rang out again. Simple, too simple. Although Yang Kai knew that with his current strength, even if he were to fight a third-order Saint King head-on, he would still be able to win quickly, it certainly wouldn't be so simple. The people trapped in the spirit array seemed to be unable to see him, so all he needed to do was walk over and reap their lives. Is this the power of a spirit array? The spirit array of 9 Heaven's Holy Land was nothing compared to this. What was the origin of Yang inflammation? She was so young, so how could she be both an origin-grade artifact refiner and an array grandmaster? It had always been others who marveled at Yang Kai's abilities, but this time, Yang Kai was really shocked by Yang inflammation. Moreover, according to Yang inflammation, this was just a defensive spirit array that had not yet been fully arranged. If it had been fully arranged, wouldn't Yang Kai not even need to take action and the Su family would have died? This little girl is incredible. Apart from being a bit timid and not knowing how to fight, her other abilities are simply heaven-defying. Yang inflammation was definitely a person with a story, but Yang Kai wasn't going to get to the bottom of it. When the day came when she wanted to tell him, she would naturally tell him. Inside the spirit array that covered a radius of 10,000 meters, the screams of the Su family's masters rang out endlessly, each scream representing the death of one of them. Yang Kai walked slowly through the misty spirit array. Wherever he passed, the fog that blocked his vision and divine sense would automatically part, guiding him in the direction he needed to kill his enemies. Yang Kai knew that this was Yang inflammation assisting him. At this moment, the Su family patriarch, Su Jikuan, no longer had his previous arrogance and condescension. His face was extremely pale as he waved the long stick in his hand and fiercely bombarded his surroundings. The 5 Su family masters were tightly gathered around him, not daring to leave his side. But no matter how they attacked, the fog continued to linger and wrap around them. Although this fog didn't cause any harm, the Su family masters were still like frightened rabbits. Every scream they heard caused their scalps to go numb and their hearts to tremble. At the beginning, they could still hear many of their own masters shouting and attacking their surroundings. But with the passage of time, those sounds and movements gradually became fewer and fewer, and then disappeared completely. An elder who was following Su Jikuan kept calling out the names of the Su family masters one after another, but he received no response. "They're all dead, they're all dead." The man's face was pale as he kept muttering to himself. The remaining 6 people could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts as they shivered from head to toe. Death wasn't terrifying, what was terrifying was the feeling of waiting for death. The dozen or so third-order Saint Kings who had come here were the elites of the Su family, the strongest group of people from the Su family, but at this moment, more than half of them had died. Those who were still alive hadn't even figured out the methods of their enemy. "I don't want to stay here, I want to leave." The Su family master who had been speaking could no longer bear this terrifying torture and waved the machete in his hand, sending out a wave of saber chi as he rushed out. "Foreign Elder Lu, you can't leave." Su Jikuan roared as he stretched out his hand to grab Foreign Elder Lu's back, but unexpectedly, he only managed to grab air. With just a single step, Foreign Elder Lu's figure disappeared from his sight. Su Jikuan's face became gloomy as he knew that Foreign Elder Lu was definitely dead. Before he could finish his thoughts though, Foreign Elder Lu's scream rang out not far away. This scream was short and hurried, obviously he had been killed in a single blow. Su Jikuan's eyes filled with unparalleled resentment and a strong sense of powerlessness. In this kind of spirit array, he couldn't display his strength at all. If he had been killed in a fight like his third brother, he wouldn't have had anything to say. What could he do if his skills were inferior? But dying like this was not something he wanted to see. Originally, there was another Su family master who wanted to rush out with foreign elder Lu. Although he had only been in here for half a cup of tea's time, each day felt like a year to him. He had had enough of this strange place. But when he heard foreign elder Lu's scream, he immediately rejoiced in his heart that he had hesitated just now, otherwise, he would likely have followed in foreign elder Lu's footsteps. Everyone, don't leave my side. Su Jikuan, as the patriarch of the Su family, was a meticulous thinker. After experiencing the initial panic, he immediately understood something. This spirit array is probably only used to trap us, it doesn't have any lethality, so we must not fall behind. Once we do, we will be attacked. Everyone, follow me and we will definitely find a way out. I don't believe this spirit array can trap us for the rest of our lives. Everyone's expression suddenly became spirited as they nodded and followed behind Su Jikuan, no longer willing to leave his side. The remaining 5 Su family masters charged left and right inside the spirit array while the dozen or so people from the Haiku family who were watching from a distance were all sweating profusely, their faces ashen. Just a moment ago, they had been waiting for Yang Kai to be defeated so they could go up and show him some kindness, but how could they have known that in just half a cup of tea's time, the situation would suddenly change? Although they couldn't see the situation inside the fog, they were able to infer some things from the screams they heard. The Su family was finished. Of the dozen or so third-order Saint Kings who were the mainstays of the Su family, only 4 or 5 of them were still alive at this moment, and it was unknown if any of them would be able to escape. The strength of the Haiku family and the Su family had always been about the same, so if this strange spirit array could deal with the Su family, didn't that mean that if the Haiku family's cultivator fell into this spirit array, there would be no way out? Ba Qing Yan took out a handkerchief from somewhere and kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. The handkerchief was completely soaked, but he didn't realize it. While wiping the sweat on the handkerchief, he kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. The expressions of Waluan, Huang Wan, and the other elders and foreign elders were also not much better, each of them trembling uncontrollably. They had never believed that their family's Dragon Cave Mountain, a trivial 1,000-meter area, had become the Su family's burial ground. Su Jishan had been killed here, and now the dozen or so third-order Saint King cultivator from the Su family had died one after another. The Su family was truly finished. Patriarch Ian's face also became extremely pale. He secretly rejoiced that he had made the right decision not to agree to the Su family's proposal to join forces with him. If he had brought the masters of the Haiku family over just now and tried to bully the Su family with numbers, the consequences would have been disastrous. It was laughable that he had been thinking about how to take advantage of this conflict. The other party didn't even need his help to wipe out the Su family, so how could the Haiku family reap such benefits? However, this spirit array really made En jealous. No matter who arranged this spirit array, if he could arrange it for the Haiku family, wouldn't the family's defenses be impregnable? Patriarch. Waluan's voice trembled a little. What should we do now? Let's wait and see. En replied with a trembling voice. In any case, his Haiku family had not made things difficult for others, and Wu Yi, Yu Feng, and several dozen other disciples were also there. En was sure the other party wouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with him, so there was nothing wrong with staying here and watching. En wanted to know if anyone from the Su family managed to escape this time, or if they were really wiped out. Chapter 1135. Inside the fog-filled spirit array, the remaining 5 people from the Su family were about to go crazy. They knew that the spirit array that surrounded them was only 1,000 meters in radius, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape this fog. They seemed to be constantly running around in circles within this 1,000-meter radius. What made them feel even more desperate was that they couldn't even use their star shuttles or fly. There was a mysterious force in this fog that suppressed anyone who tried to fly 10 meters above the ground. Scoundrel, come out and fight this old master to the death. What's the point of hiding your head and showing your tail? Su Ji-kun roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot. He had been tormented to the point of no return and was extremely irritated. Right now, he just wanted to fight with Yang Kai, whether he lived or died. It was better than being trapped in this fog and unable to find his way out. Old dog, do you think you're worthy of fighting me to the death? Yang Kai laughed, his tone full of disdain. To be honest, Yang Yan's spirit array had given him a big surprise. Yang Kai was in a wonderful mood right now, so how could he care about Su Ji-kun's provocation? Friend, I surrender, I surrender. I'm not a member of the Su family, I'm just a foreign elder hired by the Su family, please let me out, an old man with a sallow face cried out. Trapped in this spirit array for a while, this old man's mind had been greatly tormented, and he knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely die. Although pleading like this seemed undignified and was despised by others, if he was about to lose his life, what was the point of having integrity? Foreign elder Hua, you. Su Ji-kun's flustered and exasperated voice called out, you disappoint me. My Su family has treated you well all these years, why do you have to say such disgraceful words? Foreign elder Hua looked embarrassed, and although he was extremely embarrassed, he still shouted loudly, from today onwards, I am no longer a foreign elder of the Su family, the Su family's matters have nothing to do with me. Friend, please let me out, I can serve you in the future. I am also a third-order Saint King, my strength isn't bad. Good, I'll think about it. Yang Kai's voice called out. You're courting death. Su Ji-kun roared angrily, and the long staff in his hand fiercely swung towards Consecrator Hua. He knew that at this moment, what he feared the most was the instability of the people's hearts. If the 5 of them stayed together, they might be able to survive a little longer, but once a dispute broke out, they would be defeated one by that Yang Kai. He hated the cowardly elder Hua to the core. Naturally, he wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Patriarch, don't force me. I've done a lot for the Su family over the years. I just want to turn over a new leaf. That consecrated elder Hua wasn't someone who was easy to deal with, and he immediately started fighting with Su Ji-kun. While fighting, he also expressed his loyalty to Yang Kai, hoping that Yang Kai would let him go. The remaining 3 experts of the Su family were stunned. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. At this moment, Yang Kai's voice sounded again, I'll spare the life of whoever kills Su Ji-kun. As soon as this statement came out, 2 of the 3 who were at a loss showed fierce expressions and immediately jumped into the fray, shouting in unison, Brother Hua, I'll help you. The last remaining person was an elder of the Su family. Naturally, he wouldn't be confused by Yang Kai's words and immediately joined Su Ji-kun in attacking the 3 foreign elders. In an instant, inside the fog-filled spirit array, the 5 remaining Su family masters divided into 2 camps, each of them summoning their respective artifacts and fighting desperately. Yang Kai sneered and calmly withdrew from the spirit array, arriving outside. The sound of vomiting suddenly rang out. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the sound and was speechless. Yang Yan couldn't stand the scene of slaughter. Although others couldn't see the situation inside the fog, as the one presiding over the spirit array, how could Yang Yan not see clearly? Yang Yan didn't know how long she had been vomiting, but her little face was pale. Wu Yi was standing next to her, gently patting her back. Seeing Yang Kai come out, Wu Yi glared at him. If you want to kill someone, just kill them. Why do you have to make it so disgusting? You call this disgusting? Yang Kai didn't know what to say. All he did was burn these people to death. How could he evaluate the scene of broken limbs flying about and internal organs splattering everywhere? If Yang Yan saw such a scene, she would probably lose her soul. You're really insidious, actually causing them to fight amongst themselves. Wu Yi suddenly pursed her lips into a charming smile, causing the eyes of the group of men who had followed her to pop out of their sockets. She didn't have a good impression of the Su family, so even if they all died, she didn't care. Those who provoke me never have a good end, Yang Kai coldly snorted, glancing at Yang Yan's face before taking out a pill and stuffing it into her mouth. I don't care. Yang Yan swallowed the pill and looked at Yang Kai weakly. Hurry up and collect a lot of materials for me. I need to arrange a killing array. I don't need to operate it to help you kill enemies anymore. Got it, Wu Yi. Help her inside to rest. There's no need for her here. And Wu Yi nodded and helped Yang Yan into the cave. Brother Yang, how many of them are left? Yu Feng rushed over and asked excitedly. The dozens of cultivators who originally belonged to the Haiku family also looked at him expectantly. This time, the Su family had sent out all of its elites, more than a dozen of them all at once. They all thought they would experience a fierce battle and that everyone here would die. How could they have imagined that they wouldn't even need to fight before the Su family's people were almost all dead? All of them were extremely excited, secretly feeling that staying here was more promising than staying in the Haiku family. All of them had made the decision to leave their families and follow Wu Yi. How could their families compare to this place? In the family, one had to pay a certain amount of saint crystals to enter their cultivation sites, and if one didn't have enough saint crystals, they had to pay family contribution points, which could only be obtained by completing certain tasks for the family. But here, each of the hundreds of stone rooms had a small spirit gathering array with a large number of saint crystals placed next to it, allowing them to cultivate without any worries. Whether it was efficiency or speed, this place was much better than the family's cultivation sites. The stone rooms were also arranged with powerful spirit arrays, so as long as the stone doors were closed, there would be no noise and no one's divine sense could enter. Their future was bright. What's more, there was a large spirit gathering array throughout Dragon Cave Mountain, so as long as they had enough time, the world energy aura here would become richer and richer. The dozens of people here felt incredibly happy. A few days ago, some of them had been feeling depressed, thinking that leaving the family would be a bad idea, but in the blink of an eye, the treatment here was much better than what it had been in the family. Now, even if they were driven away, they wouldn't, making up their minds to stay here and follow Wu Yi for the rest of their lives. Moreover, they also knew that Wu Yi had taken refuge with Yang Kai, so following Wu Yi was tantamount to following Yang Kai. Among them, Yu Feng was naturally the most proud because he was the one who had personally picked up Yang Kai from the star field. If it weren't for him accidentally discovering that blood-red crystal, how could they possibly be where they were today? Hearing Yu Feng's question, Yang Kai replied, 5 more. As soon as these words were spoken, a scream rang out from inside the room. Only 4 left, Yang Kai added. The Su family's patriarch, Su Ji-kun, and the last remaining Su family elder were facing off against 3 foreign elders, neither of them holding back. In just a few moments, one of the foreign elders was killed, the cultivator surnamed Hua who had been clamoring to abandon the dark and join the light. Yang Kai hated this kind of opportunist the most, so even if he died, it wasn't a big deal. However, this Su Ji-kun's strength was indeed quite good, much higher than Su Ji-shen's. No wonder Wu Yi said he was on the verge of breaking through to the origin returning realm. From the looks of it, he really could have done so in a year or so. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. A moment later, another scream rang out, this time from the last remaining Su family elder. Although Su Jikuin's strength was extraordinary, he had not yet reached the origin returning realm. Previously, he had killed foreign elder Hua at the cost of his injuries, but now, the last remaining elder had been killed by the two foreign elders. Su Jikuin flew into a rage and spat out a mouthful of blood. His strength suddenly increased by a lot and his aura soared. The long staff in his hand danced, bringing out a large amount of light, forcing the two consecrators to retreat. Without Yang Yun presiding over the battle, even Yang Kai couldn't see what was happening inside and could only make out the sounds of fighting. Although his demon eye of annihilation could see through this spirit array, he didn't use it because it was no longer necessary. Moreover, after Yang Yun entered the cave to rest, the fog that had shrouded the surrounding area gradually dissipated. A moment later, when the fog completely disappeared, Yang Kai, Yu Feng, and the others saw the scene of Su Jikuin killing the last foreign elder with a single blow of his staff. The Su family had sent more than a dozen Saint Kings, but in the end, only Su Jikuin was left standing proudly in place, covered in blood and missing an arm, looking extremely miserable. It wasn't until this moment that he seemed to realize that the spirit array that had been plaguing him had failed. Looking at the corpses around him, Su Jikuin's eyes went bloodshot as he glared towards Yang Kai, his figure leaping forward as he roared hysterically, "Scoundrel, hand over your life." A ferocious momentum erupted and Yu Feng, who was standing beside Yang Kai, let out a strange cry as he retreated. Yang Kai didn't move and instead released his own momentum towards Su Jikuin. The two auras collided and it was as if two invisible storms had collided, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out mid-air. Su Jikuin's rushing figure suddenly stagnated as he coughed up another mouthful of blood essence and shot towards Yang Kai at an even faster speed. Humph! Yang Kai's expression became cold as he released his spiritual energy, instantly tearing through Su Jikuin's knowledge sea defenses and pouring into his mind. At the same time, Yang Kai took a step forward and threw out a punch. An unparalleled burst of energy erupted as an invisible fist smashed into Su Jikuin's body. The Su family patriarch's figure immediately came to a halt mid-air, as if he had been blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance any further. An abnormal flush suddenly appeared on his pale face as he glared at Yang Kai and roared, "Shadow Moon Hall won't let you off." As soon as his voice fell, his body suddenly burst apart, blood and limbs raining down from the sky. Chapter 1136. Outside the cave, there was a great commotion. Yu Feng and the several dozen cultivators from the Haiku family stared at this scene in a daze, completely silent. Although they had watched Yang Kai kill Su Jishin last time and knew that Yang Kai's combat strength was incredible, they now discovered that Yang Kai was even stronger than before. Even if Su Jikuin was injured, he was still a cultivator close to the origin returning realm, and even after overdrawing his vitality and burning his blood essence, he still failed to block Yang Kai's punch. Is this guy a monster? Yu Feng stared at Yang Kai's back, his eyes trembling violently. Or were all the cultivators in the outside world so powerful? If all the cultivators in the outside world were like Yang Kai, then what were the cultivators on Shadowed Star cultivating? While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai walked out and picked up the artifacts and a dozen or so space rings scattered on the ground. After sweeping them with his divine sense, he grinned disdainfully and tossed them to Yu Feng. Give the saint crystals and materials inside to Wu Yi, divide the rest among yourselves. Ah! Yu Feng was shocked. You don't want them. I don't need them. Yang Kai really didn't care about the things the Su family had unless they had an artifact like the 100 Mountains picture, but the 100 Mountains picture was a rare treasure. Yang Kai believed that even the Su family only had one such artifact. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Although Yu Feng was shocked, he didn't act polite and quickly nodded in thanks before happily running off to the side and inspecting the contents of the dozen or so space rings. The others also gathered around, and from time to time, gasps of surprise could be heard. No matter how weak the Su family was, it was still a small family. Among the dozen or so space rings, Patriarch Su Jikuan's ring had the most things. There were artifacts, pills, Su family secret arts and martial records, more than 20,000 high-rank saint crystals, more than 40,000 mid-rank saint crystals, and more than 100,000 low-rank saint crystals. Yu Feng's eyes went red as he stared. Although he had long known that killing others for their treasures was the most convenient and fastest way to make a fortune, his Haiku family was at the bottom of the food chain. Who could they kill or provoke? Now that he had seen her today, he knew that the rumors were not true. Over 100 of their brothers had risked their lives in the star field, diligently collecting ores, but when they returned to their families, the total reward they received was no more than 10,000 high-rank saint crystals. These saint crystals had been paid by Wu Yi out of her own pocket. But today, Yang Kai had only killed a dozen people, and what he had gained was something that they would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. This huge difference made them feel both excited and bitter. These artifacts and pills weren't of high grade, most of them saint grade with a few saint king grade, perfectly suited for the several dozen people who followed Wu Yi. Most of them were saints, only 4 or 5 of them were saint kings, and most of them were only first-order saint kings. Saint-grade artifacts and pills were perfect for them. King transformation pills, there are actually 10 of them. Yu Feng suddenly shouted, the hand holding the jade bottle trembling. Upon hearing this, many people revealed excited expressions. Although Yang Kai had never refined a king transformation pill before, he understood the role of this pill. A Saint King pill was used by a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm to stabilize their cultivation, while a King transformation pill could increase the chances of a third-order Saint cultivator breaking through to the Saint King realm. It was a Saint King grade low-rank pill. Many cultivator would be stuck at the peak of a great realm, unable to break through to the next. The third-order Saint King realm was a huge bottleneck, and it could be said that 9.5 out of 10 cultivator would encounter such a bottleneck. Those like Yang Kai who did not encounter such a bottleneck were few and far between. Yang Kai was only able to achieve this with the help of the Demon Eye of Annihilation. If not for it, he would have had to refine pills to assist him in breaking through to the next great realm, just like any other cultivator. A single pill could increase the chances of breaking through to the Saint King realm by at least 30%. It could be said that as long as a cultivator's aptitude wasn't too bad, they would have a 90% chance of breaking through to the Saint King realm. Among the several dozen people who followed Wu Yi, nearly 20 of them were third-order saints, so the role of these King transformation pills was self-evident. The Haiku family also had King transformation pills, but those pills were for the family's disciples with good aptitude. The several dozen people who followed Wu Yi weren't qualified to obtain one. The nearly 20 cultivators who were on the verge of breaking through were stuck at a bottleneck, but as long as they had a King transformation pill, they could become Saint King realm cultivators. Seeing the fiery eyes of his brothers, Yu Feng's expression immediately became serious, and he solemnly put away the jade bottle into his sleeve before quickly saying, "This is for young lady. Young lady will come up with a reasonable distribution plan." Everyone nodded, no one objecting. Yang Kai's brow rose as he suddenly felt that he should refine some pills for them. He hadn't been able to use pills to assist his cultivation, but that didn't mean others couldn't. In any case, King transformation pills weren't difficult to refine. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's eyes turned coldly towards the distance. He naturally knew that the people from the Haiku family had been standing there without moving. The masters from the Haiku family had come with the Su family, but they hadn't attacked together, so Yang Kai had no reason to act against them. Perceiving Yang Kai's gaze, Ba Qingyan suddenly trembled and said, "Patriarch, I forgot one thing. Last time, Yang Kai said that without his permission, anyone who came within 50 kilometers of the cave was his enemy." When Yang Kai had said this last time, Ba Qingyan hadn't taken it seriously. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain belonged to the Haiku family, so Yang Kai was simply occupying their land. But now, with the Su family masters who had provoked him dead, Ba Qingyan no longer dared to despise Yang Kai. If Yang Kai used this as an excuse to attack, Ba Qingyan didn't know if his people could stop him. What? En was shocked. 50 kilometers? They were not even 5 miles away from where they stood, let alone 50 miles. Retreat. En didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately retreated with the other elders and foreign elders hurrying to follow. After retreating 50 kilometers, everyone found that Yang Kai didn't intend to pursue them, so they all stopped and glanced around at each other, feeling a little ashamed. Facing a young man, all of them had actually fled like stray dogs. It was truly shameful. But now wasn't the time to consider such things. Seeing the dozen or so Saint King realm masters of the Su family being wiped out with their own eyes, everyone realized how great Yang Kai's value was. En glared fiercely at Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan obviously knew why En was blaming him, so he quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Patriarch, this time I failed to discern right from wrong. I didn't expect that Yang Kai actually had such great potential. On top of that woman's attainments in the Spirit Array Dao are so high. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped Su Jishin when he came to find trouble with him. Otherwise, Wu Yi wouldn't have been forced to leave the family and, enough, it's useless to say such things now." En waved his hand impatiently. "Patriarch, should we try our best to make friends with him now?" Huang Wan asked worriedly. "His potential is so terrifying and that woman's spirit array methods are so profound. If we can make friends with them, it will only be beneficial to us." And foreign elder Huang is right, these two talents should indeed be made friends with. Waluan also nodded in agreement. "We can't make friends with them now." To everyone's surprise, En actually shook his head. Why? Huang Wan didn't understand. If they hadn't seen the strength of this young man and woman, they wouldn't have tried to make friends with them, but now that they had, how could they let go of such a great opportunity? Had the patriarch become confused? "Have you forgotten what Su Jikun shouted before he died?" En coldly snorted. Everyone thought about it carefully and after a while, their expressions changed. "Patriarch, you mean Shadow Moon Hole?" Huang Wan asked uncertainly. En sneered. "Although my Haiku family and his Su family are the lowest level forces and are insignificant in the eyes of Shadow Moon Hall, in the end, they still carry the name of Shadow Moon Hall. Now that so many people from the Su family have died, including the patriarch, Shadow Moon Hall has been slapped in the face. If they don't do anything about this, how can families like ours rely on them in the future? Shadow Moon Hall will definitely take action, and we must report everything we see today, otherwise, when they ask about it, it will be troublesome." "But Patriarch, if we do this, won't we offend that young man and not try to recruit him?" Waluan asked puzzledly. "Recruit?" En sneered. "Even if we recruit him, who can subdue him? Since he can't be subdued, what use is he? With his potential and aptitude, coupled with that young woman's spirit array attainments, once they have time to breathe and develop, how can my Haiku family have any right to speak here? At that time, this place will belong to the Yang family." Before, En was very interested in Yang Kai and wanted to subdue him because he hadn't seen Yang Kai's abilities with his own eyes and felt that with his many years of experience and the power of the Haiku family, he could control him. But at the last moment of today's battle, young Kai had blasted Su Ji-kun to pieces with a single punch, making En realize that such a person couldn't be controlled. If he couldn't control this young man, what was the point of trying to recruit him? If he ended up recruiting an ungrateful wolf, he might end up being eaten alive. Although Ian's attitude towards Yang Kai had changed very quickly, and could even be said to be the complete opposite, no one present felt anything wrong with it and instead admired Ian's decisiveness even more. Being able to become patriarch, his thinking was really not something ordinary people could compare to. When the Haiku family returned to the family, they immediately sent someone to Heavenly Fate City to report today's events to the City Lord's mansion. Heavenly Fate City was within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall and could be considered a city owned by Shadow Moon Hall, so the City Lord's mansion was naturally guarded by a master from Shadow Moon Hall. The Haiku family's messenger was Huang Wan. But what she hadn't expected was that when she arrived outside the City Lord's mansion, she would be stopped by several guards. These guards grinned and stared at her unscrupulously, making Huang Wan feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 1137. Although Huang Wan was no longer young, she was skilled in maintaining her appearance. Right now, she looked like she was only in her 30s. Her figure was also very good. Her twin peaks were full and towering, her buttocks were round and perky, her beautiful legs were straight and slender, her waist was slender and graceful, and her skin was white with a hint of rosy. Such a beautiful woman naturally attracted the attention of the guards. Big brothers, I am a member of the Haiku family. I have something important to report to City Lord Fei Ji too. Huang Wan squeezed out a smile while cursing En in her heart. En had sent her alone to deliver this letter obviously because she was a woman and felt it would be easier for a woman to communicate with the City Lord. But before she could even enter the City Lord's mansion, she was surrounded by several Saint Realm guards, causing her to feel both angry and helpless. If it were any other place, Huang Wan, with her third-order Saint King cultivation, could kill these people without any effort, but this was the City Lord's mansion, Shadow Moon Hall's territory. Unless she didn't want to live, she wouldn't act. Haiku family. One of the guards, whose face was as ugly as a horse's, repeated in a strange tone before shaking his head, I've never heard of it, have you? Immediately, another guard explained, it's a small family subordinate to the sect. A peripheral family. The horse-faced cultivator nodded lightly, no wonder I've never heard of it. Why would someone from a peripheral family come here? Seeing him act so arrogantly, as if he didn't care about the Haiku family at all, Huang Wan could only grit her teeth secretly, but she could only smile and say, several elder brothers, I really do have an urgent matter to discuss with City Master Fei Ji Tuesday. I hope you can pass on my message. The horse-faced guard coldly snorted, City Lord Master has many important matters to attend to every day, how could he have the time to meet with people like you? Go back to where you came from. There were countless peripheral families in Shadow Moon Hall, and all of them were extremely weak. Although these guards were only saints, they considered themselves disciples of Shadow Moon Hall all year round, so even if Huang Wan's cultivation was higher than theirs, they didn't put her in their eyes. Hearing the horse-faced guards say this, Huang Wan grit her teeth and suddenly flashed a charming smile, beckoning to him, Big brother, can you come over and speak with me? She was a woman who had worked hard outside and was well versed in the ways of the world, so how could she not understand that the King of Hell was easy to deal with? Oh. The horse-faced guard with a vulgar smile, little sister, is there something you can't say in public? He laughed and shook his head as he walked towards Huang Wan. When he came to her side, Huang Wan took out some saint crystals from her space ring and quietly stuffed them into his hand, softly saying, Big brother guard, please do me a favor. The horse-faced guard didn't even look at her and simply put the saint crystals into his space ring before suddenly grabbing Huang Wan's white tender hand and rubbing it vigorously, as if he had never seen a woman before, a look of disdain flashing across his face as he whispered, "Little sister, it's not that I can't help, it's just that City Lord Master really doesn't have the time." Being touched by him like this, Huang Wan's tender body suddenly shivered as goosebumps appeared all over her body. She couldn't wait to tear this bastard into 10,000 pieces, but she could only suppress the anger in her heart and take out a lot of saint crystals and hand them to him, continuing to plead, "Please go in and report to the City Lord Master, whether or not he wants to see me, I won't complain." After receiving a lot of saint crystals, the horse-faced guard showed a satisfied look and stroked Huang Wan's little hand again before smiling, "Good, seeing that it wasn't easy for you to come here, I'll pass on your message, but don't expect anything, the City Lord Master is really busy." I know, many thanks big brother," Huang Wan secretly sighed. She was really afraid that this bastard would continue to take advantage of her. Seeing the horse-faced guard walk into the city lord's mansion, Huang Wan stood outside and waited anxiously. A moment later, the horse-faced guard came out again, and as soon as she saw the gloomy expression on his face, Huang Wan's heart sank as she knew that the situation wasn't good. Quickly approaching him, she asked, "What did the city lord master say?" Having received benefits from the other party, the guard didn't get angry and simply said, "He refused. And not only did he refuse, he even reprimanded me." Ha! Huang Wan sighed deeply as a strong sense of powerlessness filled her heart. She had no relatives in this world and had always relied on herself to cultivate until she reached the third-order Saint King realm. It wasn't until more than 10 years ago that she was accepted into the Haiku family as a foreign elder. Originally, she wanted to use the Haiku family as a springboard to work towards Shadow Moon Hall, hoping one day she would be able to join Shadow Moon Hall, but now she knew that the Haiku family was nothing in the eyes of Shadow Moon Hall. As a foreign elder, she couldn't even see the city lord once. In the depths of her heart, she cursed Ian 1,000 times for instructing her to come to the city lord's mansion. When she was in the Haiku family, there were several elders who had ideas about her, but after coming here, she was still taken advantage of. With low strength and no one to rely on, it was really difficult for her to survive in this world. Suddenly, she felt a little discouraged and wondered if she should leave the Haiku family. This family had no future at all, and if she continued to stay, she would just be wasting away the flowing time, Great Emperor. "Sister, would you like to wait outside for a few days while I find an opportunity to send you a message?" The horse-faced guard seemed to have not taken enough advantage of her and asked with a grin. "No need." Huang Wan's face became cold as she turned around and left. "Unappreciative." The horse-faced guard coldly snorted. After returning to the Haiku family and learning that Huang Wan had failed to complete such a simple task, Ian flew into a rage and scolded her fiercely before preparing a gift and personally rushing to Heavenly Fate City. Huang Wan felt wronged and was even more disappointed with the Haiku family. When Yang Kai walked out of his stone room, he immediately heard a loud noise. What's more, the noise seemed to be quite fierce. Puzzled, he walked towards the direction of the noise and soon arrived at a huge stone room. This stone room should have been opened by the stone mongoose after Yang Yan's arrival and was used as a place for many people to gather and discuss things. At this moment, there were nearly 20 people gathered in the stone room. Some of them had red eyes, some were filled with righteous indignation, and some were shouting loudly. Yu Feng was the most outrageous, standing on a stone table and looking around disdainfully, pointing at one cultivator after another and cursing them harshly. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all covered in his spittle. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly felt a little unhappy. He thought that these people who had followed Wu Yi here were arguing because of the uneven distribution of supplies. If that was the case, Yang Kai didn't want them to remain in his cave. Even if they had followed Wu Yi here, he would have driven them out. Those who didn't understand how to share with their own people and only cared about small benefits would only become unstable factors. However, after listening for a while, Yang Kai discovered that this wasn't the case. Although it was a matter of material distribution, it had nothing to do with saint crystals or artifacts, but rather pills. The 10 King transformation pills that could help a cultivator break through to the Saint King realm. These people weren't arguing because they couldn't obtain the King transformation pills, but rather because they couldn't obtain the King transformation pills. After 3 days, they still hadn't come up with a reasonable distribution plan. Wu Yi also stood in the stone room, her pretty face filled with helplessness but also relief. That's right, Lu Ping, I remember you broke through to the Third Order Saint realm 9 years ago. Now that you've reached the peak of this realm, why don't you accept the King transformation pills? Are you not giving young lady face? Not giving young lady face is not giving this Yufeng face, don't blame father for beating you. The cultivator named Lu Ping grinned and said honestly, Yufeng, Lu Ping, I'm almost 60 years old this year. My aptitude isn't very good, so what if I take the King transformation pills? There's a great chance I'll waste this pill and won't be able to break through to the Saint King realm. Instead of wasting it on me, you might as well give it to Gu Wuxia. His aptitude is much better than mine, also a third order saint. If you give it to him, he'll definitely be able to break through. Gu Wuxia was a middle-aged man in blue robes and immediately shook his head, I don't want it. Give me 2 more years and I'll be able to break through on my own. There's no need to waste a King transformation pill. Yufeng, give it to Xiaoya. A young woman with delicate features quickly waved her hand, I don't want it either, I can also break through on my own. The veins on Yufeng's forehead bulged as he wanted to curse again, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down and instead turned to Wu Yi for help, crying out, young lady, I can't do this job. These bastards don't want it, how am I supposed to deal with them? Wu Yi sighed and was about to speak when she saw Yang Kai standing at the door with a smile on his face and quickly walked over. These people aren't bad, Yang Kai praised sincerely. Yang Kai praised from the bottom of his heart. He had been fighting alone for so many years and was used to seeing people deceive each other. He was used to seeing people die for wealth and birds die for food. He was used to seeing people put on a dignified front while secretly stabbing others in the back. This King transformation pill could help one break through to the Saint King realm and save at least 1 or 2 years of hard work, but none of these qualified cultivators actually wanted it, all of them wanting to let someone else use it. Yang Kai hadn't seen such an atmosphere of modesty and harmony in a long time, but it warmed his heart. We've let Big Brother Yang see a joke, Wu Yi blushed. A group of people who haven't seen the world. Just 10 King transformation pills and they've been arguing for 3 days and still haven't come to a decision. Did they disturb Big Brother Yang? After witnessing Yang Kai's abilities, Wu Yi's way of addressing him had also changed, and after leaving her family, she had matured a lot. They didn't disturb me. Yang Yan arranged a good spirit array, I only heard some noise when I came out. Yang Kai smiled and asked curiously, are King transformation pills difficult to obtain? Wu Yi nodded, King transformation pills are saint-grade low-rank pills and are not cheap. A single one costs at least 2,000 high-rank saint crystals, not something an average person can afford. The price is only secondary, the key is that they are simply impossible to buy. Many people need this kind of pill, but there aren't many who can refine it. Our Shadowed Stars artifact refining and alchemy skills should be far behind the outside world. It seems that the most powerful artifact refiners and alchemists are only origin grade low rank. Chapter 1138. So low. Yang Kai was taken aback. If this was the case, didn't that mean he and Yang Inflammation stood at the pinnacle of Shadowed Star in terms of their respective territory? Yang Inflammation might be even higher. Last time, she said that with the help of the stone mongoose, she could refine her purple shield to origin grade mid-rank, which meant she was at least an origin grade mid-rank artifact refiner. And it's very low. I don't know why, but Shadowed Star's development in alchemy, artifact refining, chart masters, and spirit arrays is very slow. Wuyi chuckled lightly. She knew that Yang Kai came from the outside, and from Yang Kai's tone, she could infer that the outside world was definitely not like this. After listening to Wu Yi's words, Yang Kai suddenly felt that using alchemy to raise saint crystals was a good idea. His alchemy level already stood at the pinnacle of Shadowed Star, so how could he not have enough saint crystals to refine pills? He could even find some great forces to exchange for many precious materials. Yang Inflammation's arrangement of spirit arrays was like his own cultivation of space force, a matter of burning money. Without enough saint crystals and materials, he couldn't do anything. How come the Su family has 10 king transformation pills? Yang Kai asked again. It stood to reason that the Su family should not have a saint king grade alchemist, so without such a high-level alchemist, it would be impossible to refine king transformation pills. They should have exchanged with Shadow Moon Hall, Wu Yi explained. The small families affiliated with Shadow Moon Hall have the opportunity to exchange for some pills and artifacts, but at a high price. The Haiko family has also exchanged for some king transformation pills before. Oh, right, the Saint King pills they sent last time were also exchanged from Shadow Moon Hall. I see. Yang Kai nodded and tossed the 2 jade bottles over. Give these to them and tell them there's no need to quarrel anymore. What are these? Wu Yi was puzzled. You'll know when you see for yourself, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Wu Yi opened the bottle cap suspiciously, her beautiful face going pale as she exclaimed, more than 20 king transformation pills. Furthermore, there are so many with pill veins. She was truly stunned. The 10 king transformation pills she obtained from Su Ji Kuan's ring were just ordinary pills, but most of the ones Yang Kai gave her had pill veins. Wu Yi couldn't imagine where Yang Kai had obtained these pills. A king transformation pill could increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Saint King realm, and a king transformation pill with pill veins would only increase the chances. Big brother Yang, where did you get these? Wu Yi looked up and found that Yang Kai had disappeared, causing her to feel dizzy. A single king transformation pill was worth more than 2,000 saint crystals, so this bottle was worth more than 40,000. Wu Yi finally understood the extent of Yang Kai's generosity. Opening the other jade bottle with a trembling hand, Wu Yi cried out again, Saint King pills. On top of that, many of these Saint King pills had formed pill veins, so Wu Yi was certain that these 2 bottles of pills had been refined by the same alchemist, but the probability of them forming pill veins was simply too terrifying. Since she was a child, Wu Yi had only seen one pill with pill veins, and it had only been a spirit-grade top-rank pill. Even though Wu Yi had seen the world before, she still felt that these 2 jade bottles were as heavy as mountains. King transformation pills could allow her brothers and sisters to break through to the Saint King realm, while Saint King pills could stabilize their cultivation. Yang Kai had already prepared everything, all she needed to do was take these pills. Many thanks, big brother Yang. Wu Yi shouted loudly outside the cave before turning around and walking back into the stone room where everyone was still quarreling. Holding up the 2 jade bottles, she happily announced, Stop arguing, everyone will get a share of king transformation pills. Not only will there be king transformation pills, there will also be Saint King pills. The noisy stone room immediately quieted down as nearly 20 pairs of eyes stared at Wu Yi. Outside the cave, Yang Yan was arranging a spirit array. The same crystals Yang Kai had given to Wu Yi last time had been exchanged for a variety of materials, with the exception of keeping some for cultivation. Yang Yan was now arranging a killing array, her large black robes wrapping around her exquisite body as Yang Yan busied herself. "Come help," Yang Yan called out. Yang Kai immediately walked over and helped according to her instructions. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Yang Yan, if an origin returning realm cultivator enters this spirit array, will it have any effect?" "Yes." Yang Yan replied affirmatively, "but it won't be like last time. After all, an origin returning realm cultivator is much stronger. If a third-order origin returning realm cultivator enters, this spirit array will only be able to trap them for 10 breaths of time." Yang Kai nodded, understanding in his heart. Yang Yan suddenly stopped what she was doing and looked at Yang Kai seriously. "What are your plans for the future?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Do you want to live here for a long time, or do you want to leave after the ore load is mined?" "Of course I want to live here for a long time." Yang Kai was a little confused. He wasn't familiar with Shadowed Star at all, so now that he had a place to settle down, he naturally wouldn't leave easily. "That's good, I also like this place very much. If you want to live here for a long time, I'll arrange a stronger spirit array." Yang Yan smiled lightly. "If you give me more high-grade materials in the future, I can arrange this place so that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator won't be able to enter." Yang Kai's eyes lit up, his evaluation of Yang Yan rising greatly in his heart. Just as they were talking though, Wu Yi suddenly rushed out of the cave, her small face flushed with excitement. "Have you split them?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "And they've all entered retreat. It won't be long before they break through to the Saint King realm." "Many thanks, Big Brother Yang," Wu Yi nodded, then said, "There's something I forgot to tell you just now." "What is it?" "Foreign Elder Chang and Foreign Elder Hao sent a letter saying that Patriarch brought a lot of gifts to Heavenly Fate City's City Lord's mansion 3 days ago." Foreign Elder Chang, Foreign Elder Hao. Yang Kai frowned, immediately remembering these two. Foreign Elder Chang was naturally Chang Chi, the one with the highest strength on the starship at that time. As for Foreign Elder Hao, he should be Haoan. When the starship returned to Shadowed Star, he was the one who brought people to greet them. Now it seemed that the relationship between these two foreign elders and Wu Yi was quite good, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent someone to deliver a letter. Foreign Elder Huang Wan also sent a letter saying the same thing. Wu Yi frowned. Wu Yi frowned, obviously not understanding why Huang Wan wanted to help her this time. From the meaning of her words, Huang Wan seemed to want to leave the Haiku family and was advising her to leave Dragon Cave Mountain as soon as possible. Yang Kai didn't know Huang Wan, but he didn't care, simply asking, "Your patriarch went to Heavenly Fate City to look for Shadow Moon Hall, right?" "And Big Brother Yang, what should we do now?" "Once Shadow Moon Hall learns that you killed so many of the Su family's people, they will definitely not sit idly by. At that time, an Origin Returning Realm Master will definitely come." Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai frowned. To be honest, he didn't know how his current strength compared to an Origin Returning Realm Master, but every time a cultivator crossed a great realm, their strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. Yang Kai could easily kill Third-Order Saint Kings, but he might not be an opponent of an Origin Returning Realm Master. However, Yang Kai soon became suspicious. "Strange, why did your family run over to deliver this message? This kind of thing should have been done by the Su family." Wu Yi thought about it for a moment before biting her lower lip and saying, "Maybe the Patriarch feels that he can't control you or drive you away, so he wants to rely on the power of Shadow Moon Hole." It had to be said that Wu Yi's thoughts were quite astute, and she also had a good understanding of Ian's personality, so the information she inferred was basically the truth. Yang Kai nodded, "Don't worry, go do what you need to do. If an origin returning realm master really comes, I can stop them." And Wu nodded lightly. Although she didn't have much confidence, since Yang Kai said so, she couldn't say anything more. After Wu left, Yang Yan said lightly, "Don't expect my spirit array to be able to kill an origin returning realm master. Without high-grade materials, the power of my spirit array won't be very high." "I'm not counting on your spirit array," Yang Kai grinned. However, Wu Yi's spirit array only needed to be able to trap an origin returning realm master for a while. As long as it wasn't a third-order origin returning realm master, Yang Kai felt that he should be able to deal with them. This matter was related to the space spirit crystal load, so forget about an origin returning realm master. Even if an origin king realm master came, Yang Kai would have to give it a try. He absolutely couldn't hand over this precious land. Instead of helping Yang Yan arrange the spirit array, Yang Kai immediately returned to the cave and entered retreat, holding a piece of space spirit crystal in his hand and absorbing its energy to enhance his understanding of the Tao of space. The Tao of space was very obscure, but it was also very powerful. Yang Kai felt that if he had to face an origin returning realm master, using his Tao of space would be the best choice. When Yang Kai used Space Force before, he had mixed it with his Saint Chi, allowing his Saint Chi attacks to break through space and catch his opponents off guard. This method could enhance the power of his Saint Chi attacks, but it didn't fully display the mysteries of the Tao of space. If he could purely use Space Force to attack, Yang Kai believed that his combat effectiveness would be much stronger and more unpredictable. He didn't know when the people from Shadow Moon Hall would arrive, but even if he couldn't sharpen his spear quickly, he still wouldn't be satisfied. Yang Kai was focused on studying the Tao of space and wanted to use its mysteries to form his own unique killing technique. After consuming so many space spirit crystals, Yang Kai's understanding of this obscure Tao had reached a new height, no longer being a half-baked amateur. Yang Kai believed that with his current understanding of the Tao of space, if he were to go to the floating continent again, he would definitely be able to leave with ease. Tearing space was a method of escape and could not be used to kill enemies, but Yang Kai had glimpsed a new way of attacking from his countless experiences tearing space. Constantly experimenting with this method in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai rejected and modified it again and again until he came up with a perfect idea. Only then did he open his eyes. Gently waving his right hand forward, Yang Kai created a finger-long, half-inch wide void crack. This void crack overflowed with a strange aura, one that belonged to the turbulent streams of the void. Inside this void crack was a chaotic void. After the void crack appeared, it didn't stay in place like before and instead slowly moved forward. Wherever the void crack passed, everything in its path, including the aura and air, was swallowed up. After moving forward 2 meters, the void crack suddenly closed and disappeared. Chapter 1139. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He didn't think that his sudden idea would actually come true. The small spatial crack that he tore could be used as a means of attack. Although the crack was only a finger long and half an inch wide, and it had only moved forward less than 2 feet before disappearing. It was not fast, but as long as he practiced diligently and strengthened his comprehension of the Tao of space, he would definitely be able to use this method against his enemies in the future. Once the speed of this crack increased, who would be able to stop it? This crack was capable of swallowing everything in its path. It was not something a human could resist. Feeling excited, Yang Kai immediately began experimenting, tearing open a finger-long void crack and shooting it out in all directions. The speed at which the void crack moved also gradually increased, and the distance it could travel was constantly increasing. Yang Kai completely forgot about the passage of time as his mind was completely immersed in the research of this new offensive method. It wasn't until one of the void cracks reached a corner that a small piece of the rock wall suddenly disappeared without any warning or trace, as if someone had cut off a piece of the rock wall and taken it away. Yang Kai knew that it wasn't that this piece of rock had disappeared, but rather that it had been swallowed up by the void crack. Looking at the mark on the rock wall, Yang Kai nodded secretly. This kind of void crack was still a shortcoming in terms of speed, making it easy to avoid, and its power wasn't strong enough. It should be because the void crack was unstable. If it was stable enough, Yang Kai believed that the void crack just now could have opened up the entire rock wall and even pierced through the cave. Currently, the void crack couldn't be used against enemies. A Saint King Realm cultivator could completely stimulate their Saint Chi to interfere with the stability of the void crack and force it to close. Once it closed, it would be useless, but this didn't hinder Yang Kai's enthusiasm for research at all. It was shaped like a wind blade, so Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and decided to name this new offensive method Space Blade. Yang Kai could almost foresee that once his space blade reached the grand accomplishment stage, it would be much easier for him to kill enemies above his realm in the future. This kind of unorthodox power was the most difficult to defend against. Yang Kai studied the space edge for 3 days in a row in his stone room, greatly increasing the power of his space edge. Just as he was full of interest, his brows suddenly wrinkled and his face became cold. Yang Kai noticed that many masters were approaching, and the auras of these people were quite familiar to him. It was none other than the masters from the Haiku family. Sweeping out with his powerful divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became a little dignified. He found that not only were there masters from the Haiku family, but there were also 2 masters from the First Order Origin returning realm. Recalling what Wu Yi had said before, Yang Kai immediately understood that these 2 Origin returning realm masters were the helpers Yin had invited from Shadow Moon Hall. This old man really wanted to kill them all. There was no grievance between Yang Kai and the Haiku family. At most, the Haiku family had taken in Wu Yi and the others who had left their family. Yang Kai hadn't killed any of them, but now the Haiku family wasn't anxious at all. At this moment, Yang Kai was certain that Wu Yi's guess was correct. Yang Kai's performance had been too strong. He was occupying Dragon Cave Mountain, causing the Haiku family to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. Dragon Cave Mountain was the Haiku family's territory, and this place wasn't far from the Haiku family's territory, so they were clearly afraid Yang Kai would become a threat to them once he grew. Wanting to kill them all because of this, Yang Kai's expression became cold as he secretly decided not to give the Haiku family any more face. Regardless of whether Wu Yi was a member of this family or not, as long as they dared to come here, they wouldn't be able to leave. Standing up and opening the stone door, Yang Kai saw Wu Yi and Yu Feng standing outside nervously. "Big brother Yang." Wu Yi called out, her face a little pale. "I know, just stay inside the cave and don't go out. These past few days, Yang Yan has perfected a number of spirit arrays, so as long as you don't go out, they won't be able to do anything to you. Since I'm with you, I'll have to face them eventually." What Yang Kai hadn't expected was that Wu Yi didn't show any intention of backing down. She probably wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make things clear with the Haiku family. Yang Kai glanced at her and nodded gently, "Then don't act rashly. Even if the situation is critical, don't leave the cave entrance." Wu Yi responded quickly. Yang Kai then led them out of the cave. Arriving outside, Yang Kai found that Yang Yan was actually still arranging the spirit arrays not far away, his movements extremely fast, apparently not wanting to give up at the last moment. After discovering that Yang Kai had come out, Yang Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and his already slow movements became much faster. Inside the cave, the cultivator who had followed Wu Yi also ran out after receiving the news, each of them standing behind Yang Kai and Wu Yi with dignified expressions. "Hey, why is that little shorty here? Walking like a crab, he's really hopeless." Yang Kai stared forward in amazement. Among the crowd, there was an existence that stood out like a crane among chickens. It was none other than the short Xia Hongwen whom Yang Kai had seen before. His head didn't even reach his chest, but when he walked he seemed to be like a dragon or a tiger. Xia Hongwen was extremely arrogant. At that time, Wu Yi and the others had just returned from collecting ores and had only just arrived on Shadowed Star when the ores on their starship were snatched away by this Xia Hongwen. Yang Kai also knew that this little shorty Xia Hongwen had taken a liking to Wu Yi. Last time, he had even spoken rudely, saying that one day Wu Yi would become a member of his Xia family. Him coming here this time should be related to Wu Yi. Xia Hongwen wasn't very tall, but he was walking at the front, making him extremely conspicuous. The old foreign elders of the Haiku family followed behind him as well as two masters from the First Order origin returning realm who should be from the City Lord's mansion. Listening to Yang Kai's amusing words, Wu Yi couldn't help sneering, but she quickly restrained her smile. She knew that now wasn't the time to laugh. The masters from the City Lord's mansion had come, and so had Xia Hongwen. It seemed that the family was determined to eradicate Yang Kai this time. Her expression immediately became gloomy. Yang Kai noticed Xia Hongwen, and Xia Hongwen also noticed the situation here. Seeing Wu Yi standing next to Yang Kai, Xia Hongwen's eyes almost spewed fire as he ground his teeth and cursed, "Cheap bastard, I thought you were so noble, but it turns out you were just putting on an act." Knowing what he was angry about, Yan quickly said, "Young Lord Xia, that young man named Yang Kai can't be underestimated. Although his realm isn't high, his combat power is unimaginable. The Su families, I know, you've said it dozens of times along the way, father's ears are growing calluses. Since this young lord has come forward, he will die today. All you need to do is watch, there's no need for you to worry about anything else." Xia Hongwen waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Yan. The two origin returning realm masters who had followed them also showed looks of disdain as they stared at Yan contemptuously, thinking that a small family was really a small family. Occasionally encountering a cultivator who could fight across realms, they were truly short-sighted. In Shadow Moon Hall, there were many disciples who could fight across realms. Any random second-order saint would be able to defeat these third-order foreign elders. What's more, with two origin returning realm masters here, this place would soon be razed to the ground. En sighed and didn't dare to say anything more, lest he annoy these people, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He hadn't expected that he would bring Xia Hongwen here. A few days ago, he had brought a lot of gifts to the City Lord's mansion and met with City Lord Fei Ji Tuesday. When he reported this matter, Fei Ji too didn't take it seriously at all. If it weren't for him coincidentally running into Xia Hongwen, he would still be waiting for news from the City Lord's mansion. Moreover, Xia Hongwen bringing masters here wasn't for the Haiku family, nor was it to uphold justice for the Su family, he was here for Wu Yi. Hearing En say that the woman he fancied was actually with a first-order Saint King of unknown origin, Xia Hongwen flew into a rage and immediately brought two of his masters over. In any case, he had managed to invite these people, allowing En to feel slightly better. However, after today, Wu Yi's life would likely be worse than death. Don't look at Xia Hongwen's ugly appearance and short stature, his personality was extremely twisted. Any woman he fancied, he would try to obtain them. Once someone else touched them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once, he had taken a fancy to a big sister Xiao Jiao from a small family and had promised to pick her up the next day with a betrothal gift. Little did he know that in order to escape this fate, big sister Xiao Jiao had slept with the man she liked that very night, losing her virginity. That family's big sister little Jiao had thought that by doing this she would be able to escape from Xia Hongwen's murderous hands. But Xia Hongwen simply ignored her. Not only did he kill that man, but he also brought big sister little Jiao back to his own residence and ravaged and humiliated her. A month later, he stripped her of all her clothes and threw her into the bustling crowds of Sky Fortune City. Big sister Xiao Jiao couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide in the city. Even after her body rotted away, no one dared to claim it. Another month later, the family big sister Xiao Jiao belonged to was inexplicably destroyed. Although there were no clues, as long as one knew, it was obvious that it was Xia Hongwen's doing. It could be said that Xia Hongwen's personality had become so twisted that it was beyond redemption. Ian didn't know what kind of fate awaited his Haiku family, but he could only hope that Wu Yi remained pure and didn't end up like his elder sister Xiao Chao. If she was still pure, there was still room to maneuver this time, but if not, Ian couldn't imagine what kind of storm the Haiku family would usher in. The faces of the old foreign elders in the family were all quite ugly as they trembled with fear. Obviously, they also remembered Xia Hongwen's past misdeeds and were worried that they would be implicated because of Wu Yi. Xia Hongwen's face was so gloomy that none of them dared to breathe loudly. Not far from the cave, Xia Hongwen's gloomy face suddenly dissipated as he stared at young Inflammation who was arranging a spirit array, his gloomy eyes flashing a pleasant surprise as he laughed. Good, there's actually a beauty here. It seems I really made the right choice coming here. Although young Inflammation was wearing a large black robe, her impressive figure was impossible to hide. Her small face was also delicate and beautiful, very much to Xia Hongwen's liking. His eyes constantly lingered on young Inflammation's body, his heart burning with desire, wishing he could immediately snatch young Inflammation and Wu Yi away from this place. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.